I'm Mudavath from IIT Roorkee. Today, I would like to present on the topic of digital transformation of education from past, present, and future. And I want to give a consent note, like I hereby grant permission to ICAPITAL Academy and Corporate Advisory LLP to use the video presentation, assessment test, and MCQs created or provided by me for educational or promotional purposes. This includes publishing or sharing the content on social media platforms, website, or through any other medium they deem appropriate. I confirm that I have no objection to use. So my current agenda of overview of this presentation is like I want to talk about historical evolution of current landscape and future trends and like how the changes of on digital platform brought in today's world and how the past was before and how uh, the technology is the present technology is and what better technologies may come in the future. So I want to present on that. Like the historical evolution is like how we got here from 1960s to present to 2010s. Current landscapes, the post-pandemic, new normal and key technologies, future trends, AI, metaverse, and the next decade of learning. Like present, we are using like lots of technologies, and better future technology would be like AI. Metaverse is like 3D digital printing. So like it's like 3D virtual video where we will get visualize virtual visualization of like the reality where the children attend classes daily, but metaverse works better like it's like a 3D printing where it shows the actual presence of the classroom and children can feel even at home like they're at the school. And present like people are working on this metaverse and the challenges and solutions are like addressing equity, privacy, and effective implementation. So digital transformation is nothing but like more than just a technology, like fundamental reshaping, a deep systematic change in how education is delivered, experienced, and managed. It's not just digitizing paper worksheets. Culture shift moving from a traditional instructor-centered model to a dynamic, learner-centered ecosystem. Data-driven, leveraging analytics to personalize learning, improve outcomes, and leveraging analyst personal learning and improve outcomes and informed strategic decisions and operational change, streamlining administrative processes for greater efficiency and reach. Like key drivers would be like for change, COVID has changed a lot of things in digital transformation. Like it has acted as a massive catalyst, forcing rapid adoption of remote and hybrid learning models almost overnight. Like it has changed everything during COVID. Like everyone was focusing on online classes. Like it all brought many changes towards technology. The skills gap would be like the future workspace demands digital literacy, critical thinking, and collaboration skills that traditional education often doesn't provide. Like technological advancements, the proliferation of affordable cloud computing, like AI and immersive tech markets, makes like transformation feasible. And student expectations would be like digital natives expect learning to be interactive, on demand, and personalized. Like it makes student easy and feel better. Like whenever they are flexible, like they can focus on technology learning. Like why it matters, like imperative for change, like future proof students prepares them for a rapidly evolving technology driven world. Equity and access breaks down geographical and physical barriers to quality education. Personalized learning moves away from a one size fits all model to meet individual student needs, paces, and interests. Efficiency and insight frees educators from administrative burdens and provides data to better support systems. For an example, like I want to give up on Zoom video calls. Like children are much more interested through online platforms, through learning platforms. Like for an example, they have been nowadays like, the present generation is learning upon mostly through online courses. They are showing much more interest than physical classes. So good network and good feasibility and wherever they are comfortable, like they can learn and they can show interest upon it. Like it makes them easier to learn every technology which shows them interested. And benefits for learners is all about like self-paced and flexible. Learn anywhere, anytime. Review difficult concepts and skip ahead on familiar ones. Global classrooms like access to world-class resources, experts, and collaboration with peers across the globe. Engaging formats, interactive content, gamification, and videos make learning more compelling. Skill development would be like inherently builds crucial digital literacy, communication, and self-direction skills. And benefits for educators, data-driven insights, real-time dashboards on student progress, allowing for timely intervention, innovative tools, access to platforms for creating engaged content, polls, interactive lessons, automated administration. AI can grade quizzes, manage schedules, and handle routine inquiries. Professional growth would be new avenues for collaboration with colleagues, and connecting with a global teaching community. I mean, a student can learn lots of things upon digital wise, whereas physical wise, like we need to give time for an example, like children should give lots of time, lots of efforts a student should put towards learning something where they have no idea from the pitch, and they should go through learning from a tutor where it takes hell lot of time to learn a simple topic, whereas digital platform makes them easier. For an example, they can search the topics on YouTube, or they can go through AI, or they can learn the courses through websites. There are lots of companies that provide courses on each particular topics. So uh, it consumes it a shorter time to learn in a easy and better way rather than physical approach. And the benefits for institutions would be like operational efficiency. Cloud-based systems reduce IT costs and streamline enrollment, communication and record keeping, enhance reach and competitiveness, offer online and hybrid programs to attract a wider global student body, data informed strategy, use institutional analytics to improve course offerings, resource allocation and student support services, sustainability, reduce reliance on paper and physical infrastructure. Already, like there are many courses are being available, like institutes outside, like there are private institutes and government institutes where they provide lots of courses. Instead of them like providing a physical classes, so they can work on digital classes. Lots of institutes, if we focus on proper digital learning platforms already, like from since few years, since COVID, like there are many companies where they started providing online courses, and where the business is growing a lot. It's been lots of benefits to the students, and as well as the companies who are offering the courses. So this type of improvements, this type of technology is really growing day by day. And if so many institutes also works towards this type of system, then definitely like it would uh, gi- uh, give a better technological world. It creates a global technology, and makes students learn easier. And the core pillars of transformation are changes are like vision and strategy, a clear communicated why with defined goals and roadmap, technology and infrastructure, reliable hardware, software and connectivity, uh, pedagogy and content, teaching methods and curricula, redesign to leverage new tools effectively. People and culture, continuous training, support, and a culture of innovation of educators and staff. So here there are like it reduces lots of efforts of for an institute, like there should be like lots of staff people, lots of children to make a simple thing, to make a children learn a simple thing, whereas new technology tools, platforms, like there are a number of apps where they can learn from, where where an institute can create an app for the learning courses, and where a student can for an example, like for software learning, there is a website called Geek for Geeks. They provide like or Next Wave. So they teach lots of courses towards software since the pitch, where a student may not have idea what the real coding is, but they teach even from the basic and till the depth of they understand what a student is facing. They resolve the issue of a student in a shorter time, and they make student learn better skills than rather physical appearance. So, understanding the framework, this is a holistic process. Failure in one pillar causes the entire transformation to stumble. Example, buying VR headsets without training teachers on how to use them pedagogically. People and pedagogy leads to expensive dust collectors. Strategy initiatives must be planned to address all four pillars simultaneously. The early days, 1960s and 1970s, like mostly people focused on mainframes and Plato. The programmed logic for automatic teaching operations system was pioneer, or offering early forms of forums, message boards, and computer-based instruction. Computer-based training, CBT, rigid linear programs focused on rote memorization and drill exercises, and limited access confined to a few wealthy universities and corporations due to the enormous cost and size of computers. The 1980s species entered the classroom, rise of the personal computer, like educational software and pedagogical focus. Like these are like the examples. The 1990s, these are also like few more examples upon like uh, the websites where they used in 1990s, and these are present 2000s, and learning management systems platforms like blackboard has come in this 2000s, and Moodle became the digital classroom hub, centralizing content, assignments, and grades. So the technology started improving from 2000s. Online degrees, universities began offering full degree programs online, challenging the digital traditional campus model. Standardization. The LMS created a common frame for digital course delivery. And there are like MIT Open Course, where a landmark initiative to public course materials from all MIT courses. And there are many courses that provide free online courses where a student can learn the skill and they can gain the certificates even, which helps for them for future job purposes or future internship purposes. So and philosophy would be like the belief that knowledge should be open and accessible to all, challenging expensive textbook models. Impact spurred a global movement. Platforms like Khan Academy began using OER principles. Like a textbook provides only simple content where people get basic knowledge of what has happened in the history or how the present technology is, whereas digital thing provides the clear vision of future technology as well. Like it's like advanced technology. We gain students gain lots of skills in better advance. And in 2000 times, like massive open online courses has started, like Coursera, EDX, Udacity promise to democratize like elite education. Uh, the promise free high quality courses from top universities for anyone with an internet connection. The reality is like soaring enrollment numbers were met with low completion rates, highlighting challenges with motivation and support. And mobile learning, there are lots of websites and apps that came, like proliferation and smartphones. Learning became truly portable. Apps like Duolingo, Khan Academy made learning bite-sized, accessible. Micro learning and the concept of learning in short, focused bursts gained traction, fitting into modern attention spans and busy schedules. Like it is very flexible. Like whenever a student is free, they can go through they can go through these websites or install these apps, and whatever they want to learn, they can learn in shorter duration. And the hardware in schools, a stop start process, evolution, computer labs, shared laptops, and interactive whiteboards replaced chalkboards but were often used as very expensive projectors. While changing pedagogy and persistent inequity, device access varied widely between within schools, districts, and creating early device. Like nowadays, instead of like whiteboards, lots of people uh, started using as yeah, in the place of whiteboard like projectors, where they start teaching through digital platforms in the physical classes itself, where it makes student easier to understand. And there is there are people, instead of preferring, there are few institutions still working on new technology where people focus more on projectors. They prepare their own slides, their own content, future contents through websites, and they prepare presentations, and they explain through projectiles, where it benefits students to learn same like online classes in the physical classes even. And the digital divide emergence, the gap between those who have access to modern technology and the internet, those who do not, the homework gap, the students without reliable home, internet are unable to complete online assignments, putting them at a severe disadvantage. Socioeconomic factors, income, location, so rural versus urban and infrastructure investment became key predictors for digital assets. Like there are in rural and urban, the main difference is internet connection and modern technology, whereas we have in urban, like we have Wi-Fi connection, Wi-Fi facilities, and good network access, whereas in rural, like there are no such internet access, where they face lots of issues towards technology. And most of the rural people rely on even they rely on smartphones, and they try hard to even learn from digital platforms, but they do not get easy access. uh, like urban makes uh, very easy to learn, and the learning system depends upon the even the place and the situation, where uh, uh, technology should focus on even rural, not only the urban. Teacher training, the missing link, a historical problem. Technology was often dumped into classrooms without adequate professional development. Resistance to change. Many educators, overwhelmed and unsupported, resisted new tools they did not understand how to use effectively. Role shift. The need to move from the sage on the stage to the guide on the slide. And historical challenges content. The practice of simply taking old content, PDF or textbook, putting it online without redesigning it for the digital medium, and using a technology to reinvent old passive learning methods instead of enabling collaboration and creation. Consumption versus creation. Students often consume digital content rather than using technology. And policies and investment would be like inconsistent funding, base of government and corporate investment, and policy focus on even hardware, like prioritize buying devices over more critical investments like teaching, training, and infrastructure. Lack of long-term strategy, initiatives were frequently fragmented and not part of cohesive, sustainable plan. Like uh, key lessons would be like from the past, like evolution is slow, marathon, not a sprint. Meaningful change takes time, patience, and continuous interaction. Like equity center, technology can exacerbate inequity if access and support are not prioritized. Teachers are key. Without investing in people, the best technology will fail. Support is not non-negotiable. Like in the past, like each and every process was slow, like uh, like attending classes every day. And so a teacher should need to teach a children even from the basic, uh, even but basics, to teach a basic, it was taking very long time. So time consumption was also a key point towards past. And due to less technology, like they learned very few skills, but they have learned in a better way and easier way. But it took lots of hard work and efforts to understand a simple topic in the past generation, like in the 1990s. And summary, the foundation for today. The past laid the groundwork, exposing both the immense potential and the significant pitfalls of educational technology. The lessons learned about assess pedagogy and teacher support are directly informing today's transformation. The stage was set for a catalyst which arrived in early 2020s. The post-pandemic new normal, hybrid and blended models, a mix of in-person and online learning is now a standard offering, providing flexibility, increased comfort. Educators and students developed a baseline competency with digital tools of out of necessity. Permanent shift. The expectation for digital access to materials remote options is here to stay. And here are some platforms like Canvas, Google Classroom, Schoology, and the function of these are like the central nervous system of digital learning, hosting content, assignments, quizzes, discussions, and grades. Strategies could be like choose an LMS based on interoperability, ease of use, robust support, not just features. And the connected video conference tools would be like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, and enable learning would be like live virtual classes, office hours, group meetings. Beyond the classroom, facilitates virtual guest speakers, parent teacher conference, and then professional development. So these are some new technologies that present generation is using for virtual presence instead of like physical. Like most of this people don't may not have time to gather physically. So these platforms are really being helpful in today's generation for many startups or for education purposes, or many online working for employees. So for various purposes, these platforms are being used in present generation and will be continued in future as well. And here are like there is a foundation like cloud computing, where the platforms for these are like Google Workspace for education and Microsoft. Key features would be like accessibility, work from any device anywhere, collaboration, real-time co-editing on documents, slides, and spreadsheets. Storage would be like eliminates the need for local service and USB drives. Current trend artificial intelligence on AI, like adopting learning platforms, tools that we call are like Dreambox or Newton, adjustment content difficult in real time based on student performance, automatic grading, AI provides instant feedback on multiple choice, fill in the blank, and even easy structure. Chatbox answer routing student questions about deadlines, course logistics, and campus resources. Like these are really being helping. Even the schools like even the fifth like primary standard people also started using AI platforms where they learn even the basics to the depth, even with the help of the tutor. So it is making them easier to learn 24 by 7. Like even the AI gives them the good feedback. AI understands and resolves the problem of a student in a better way than a tutor. So AI these days are working really too good rather than the previous education system. And like there are some things like apply game elements. So there are few like online courses where they provide badges or certificates, and there are few platforms like Kahoot, quiz, and so basically there are few competitions like for an example Unstop also, where people can learn courses and they can attempt the quizzes and they can get the badges or certificates, and immediately they can also give the feedback of the competition also, which helps the people who are conducting the competitions, which helps them the review the competition, and even they give rewards to the students which enthusiasts and motivates them to learn even more better courses. And also these quizzes would be helpful for them for future purposes to get better experience. And there are like overlays, digital information onto real world through device camera, animated 4D, like 3D models of the human body. As I first told about metaverse, so it's like 3D models where a student can um, convert their home as a school in a virtual way, where there will be a tutor available, but students uh, but it makes a student feel like they attend. classes in reality, uh, but through virtuality. So benefits of these are like makes abstract concepts tangible, visual, and engaging. Like they can engage even through 3D models like metaverse, where definitely even after 10 years, metaverse will come, and it will help when there is like like even previously we got COVID, where we cannot expect how the world turns. So this metaverse will definitely benefit even after 10 or 15 years, as present people are working on this technology. So virtual reality, as we discussed before, like immerses the user in a fully simulated digital environment using a headset. Examples are like provides virtual science lab simulations where students can conduct experiments without cost or safety risks. And benefits would be like provide us experiential learning and empathy, building experiences that are impossible and in a traditional classroom. And there are like digital certifications that verify specific skill. Like people can learn whatever the course they want to learn and gain experience. Like they can learn, they can, for an example, related to product management or digital, like whatever the courses like product management or software skills, they can learn the course, and they can attempt the quizzes, or they can participate in hackathons, they can learn and they can get verified through certifications and various things, and which helps them, these skills helps them for their future job purposes. And there are like learning analysis, like the measurement collection analysis and reporting of data, applications, early alert systems, flagging students at risk of failing based on engagement data, curriculum improvement, identifying which parts of the course students struggle with most. Strategies would be like use data to support and to combine analytics with human intervention. Uh, persistent challenge on digital platforms are like they significant disparities in access to reliable high-speed internet and modern devices still exist. Impact, the homework gap continues to be a primary driver of educational inequality. Strategies between schools must advocate for private partnerships to expand broadband access and provide loaner devices and hotspots. So, like most of the students, they face issue on the Wi-Fi, and if they focus clearly upon Wi-Fi and network data, so it would make a student much more easier. And the same problem like burnout from constant screen time, video calls, navigating. Of course, not every benefit we get from digital platforms, but there are few negativities also we face. Like uh, due to lot of screen time, like a student can get lots of health issues, and if, like they may face like too 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 much on screening, and it can disbenefit even them. So a, a clear vision should a student should carry upon screening, and protecting. The another problem would be like protecting highly sensitive student data, like grades, behavior, personal info, and the strategies would be like conduct street vendor audits and provide digital citizen training and clear data governance and content quality. And the another problem would be like an overwhelming abundance of online resources makes it difficult to find accurate, sound and pedagogically sound and unbiased content. And strategies would be like information students need to be taught critical thinking skills, and strategies would be like empower librarians and instructional coaches. And the present role of the educator are like facilitator and guide, curates learning experience and guide students through complex problem solving. Uh, so interpreter uses analytics to understand student needs and provide targeted support. Learning designer creates engaging multimodal lessons that leverage technology purposefully. Mentor focuses on developing the whole child, including social emotional skills. Digital literacy, like critical evaluation, assessing the credibility of online information and identifying bias. Digital citizenship, understanding online safety, privacy, ethics. Like creation using technology to create contents, videos, podcasts, blogs, not just consume it. Present success would be tools, text to speech, speech to text, and benefits would be like provides multiple engagements, and principle would be like universal design and global collaboration. A classroom OHIO collaborates with a classroom, and benefits would be down classroom walls, foster cultural understandings, and tools would be like Flipkart, Flipgrade, Microsoft, etc. And a university is of AI implementation. Georgia State University used an AI-powered chat box, answer student questions and an analytic system to identifying at a risk students. Result would be like significantly reduced summer month students who enroll but don't show up in fall, and improve uh, graduation rates, especially among minority and first generation students. And uh, the edtech market landscape, rapid growth, thousands of edtech tools and apps are available, and challenges of choice. It is difficult for institutions to evaluate, select, and manage the plethora of options. Vendor lock-in, risk of becoming dependent on a single ecosystem like Google or Microsoft, which can be difficult to change later. Like professional development would be in present would be like shift needed from one-off workshops to ongoing embedded collaborative coaching. Effective models would be like professional learning communities. Teachers meet regularly to share strategies and data. Peer coaching, tech savvy teachers mentor their colleagues. Micro credentials would be for teachers would be like allowing them to badge their own new skills. Funding the transformation, fast hardware, refresh cycles, software subscriptions, professional development. Strategies would be grants, E-rate, private foundations, publish private partnership, partnering with local tech, and phased rollouts, prioritizing needs and implementing. So these are also like few strategies which can be implemented. Uh, and the present a mixed picture. Like amazing innovation, powerful tools exist to personalize and enhance learning like never before. Significant challenges, equity, privacy, and implementation. And uneven progress would be like the gap growing between innovate, lighthouse schools, struggling with basic assets and support. And the pandemic was very painful and profound accelerator. The ecosystem is now defined by hybrid models, cloud-based collaboration, and the focus has rightly shifted from just acquiring technology to using it effectively, equity and safely. Uh, and So before that, uh, so these are few strategies that can be implemented through AI and metaverse, and which helps student learn easy in a better way rather than like physical. Uh, like uh, even in physical classes also, these strategies would be really helpful to make a student learn better skills and gain advanced technology. And the future of learning are hyper personalization, like AI driven pathways. Learning platforms will create unique real time pathways for each student, adjusting content based learning models based on continuous assignment. Example, an AI identifies a student's struggle with a math concept and instantly generates a custom set of practice problems and a video tutorial explaining it in different way. Like AI makes everything. Like AI understands how to resolve a student issue. Even with the basic, if a student do not have any knowledge on a particular topic, like AI gives a best solution. Like it provides a basic, it teaches the basic. If we ask for a video tutorial, it provides the video tutorial. And it is just like a friend teaching a friend. So it gives a friendly explanation where a student understands in a better and easy way. And generative AI in education beyond chat box, AI as a 24 by 7 personal tutor that can generate practice questions, provide Socratic hints, and explain answers in multiple ways. For teachers, AI to create lesson plans, generate differential reading passages, draft quiz questions, and provide summaries of student discussions. Like ethical consideration, critical to teach students to use AI as a coach, not a tool for plagiarism. And AI powered content creation and curation, teacher co-polite. AI tools will help teachers rapidly generate high quality, engaging content from interactive simultations to multi format lessons, like through video format or text audio or from a single prompt. Like strategies would be like the future skill for educators will be prompt engineering, the ability to effectively instruct AI to generate the described output. The global collaborative classroom, seamless integration. Technology will make cross-border collaboration a standard part of curriculum. Tools will evolve, will built in real-time translation, culture, context clues. And the main goal is to solve global challenges through student-led international project teams. And mandatory literacy would be like understanding algorithm bias, data, privacy, and ethical implication of AI will become as fundamental as maths or reading. Students must learn to question how AI models are built, what data they are trained on, and who they might be biased against. Like the main goal here is to create a generation of informed, critical consumers and creators of technology. The teacher of the future is like a new role, learning experience designer, architects of compelling, and mentor and coach focuses on human-centric skills, empathy, creativity, collaboration, and critical thinking. Skills AI cannot replicate. Uh, Even there are few disbenefits that AI cannot provide. Uh, uh, if facilitator of connection fosters a supportive classroom community and guides students in their social emotional development, whereas through digital platform students may not experience this, like how the social environment should also matter at the end. For Without social knowledge, without proper classroom community also, at the end, education system would be a disadvantage if it continues only through digital platforms. So there are also few disadvantages as well. And the AI teaching assistant scenarios would be like Professor Jones. I'm just saying a scenario where a Professor Jones uses an AI TA to handle routine questions about course logistics and deadlines, grade multiple choice assignments with instant feedback, and identify common knowledge gaps across the class. Result: these frees her time to host small group discussions, provide deep personalized feedback on complex projects, and mentor students one on one. And here is also like one more example, like VR, virtual reality for empowerment training and medical and nursing students use VR to experience a day in the life of an elderly patient with macular degeneration and hearing loss. This results in the format of the immersive experience, fosters profound empathy, directly improving their bedside manner and patient communication skills before they ever meet a real patient. And also, like there are few future challenges that need to be focused, like the digital identity. The problem is all about managing the digital footprint and online identity of learners from a very young age. Like who owns the data? How is the student's learning data used over the lifetime? The strategies could be for students learning data would be like schools and parents will need to teach digital citizenship and identify management as a core life skill. And the problems which we face upon these assignments are like if AI can grade an essay for grammar and structure, how do we assess deeper creativity? I mean, originality and human insight. The shift assessment will need to move towards complex project based work, presentations, and portfolios that evaluate higher order thinking skills. Solution would be like use AI to handle low level grading, freeing teachers to assess the nuanced human elements of student work. Future challenges of digital pathway would be wealthy gap. Wealthy gap would risk a new tired system where wealthy institutions offer cutting edge AI and VR experiences while under resourced schools struggle with basic connectivity. Actually, this could exacerbate existing inequity on a massive scale. Imperatively, like policymakers and edtech providers must prioritize equitable access and affordably from the outset. And agile planning will be institution in living strategic plans that are reviewed and adapted frequently to keep pace with technological change. Focus on interoperability, choose tools that work together through open standards to avoid vendor lock, and future proofing would be like invest in bandwidth in and infrastructure that can support next generation technologies. The future human tech, the most successful educational models would be like they will be symbiotic partnership, leveraging technology to automate the modern and also like to personalize the journey and provide deep insights, thereby freeing up human educators to do what they do best: inspire, connect, mentor. And like call to action, like audit your like these are for few institutions actually. Audit your readiness, asset current infrastructure, skills and culture, pilot programs. Start small with a willing group of teachers. Test, learn, and iterate and invest in people. Allocate budget for continuous relevant PD and not just hardware. Develop an ethical framework. Create guidelines for responsible use of AI and data. And also like be a lifelong learner, like continuously explore new tools and pedagogies. Start small, incorporate one new tech tool per semester, master it before adding another, collaborate with the shared successes and failures with PLC. Learn from your peers, focus on pedagogy, always ask, does the technology enhance learning goal? And call to action would be like fund infrastructure, support OER, modernized regulations, and mostly it combines the depth of human mentorship with skills. Learning becomes a lifelong, enjoyable, and deeply personalized journey or growth. And AI is a transformative partner. Like the future would be not a replacement. Equity is defining challenges of next decade, and the skills and human competence will be valued over rote and knowledgeable. Ethics must be integrated into the fabric learning, and also like AI helps. Like for an example, if a student need to learn a particular skill, so during schooling or college, like they provide very basic skills where they make us learn only the basic, whereas digital platforms where we can learn even the future technology advanced skills and we can work on it. And if this really continues, if AI system really continues in this today's generation world, definitely uh, a a a primary student, school level student will definitely learn skills of a higher education student. Like it gives us 5-10 years plus advanced technological skills, where the whole world con- can be converted to technology. And lots of rural areas also can be benefited due to this. And also like there are a few summaries, like the future is immersive, personalized, data informed. It demands a redefinition of roles for both the teachers and students. Navigating it successfully requires careful planning, a commitment to ethics, and an unwavering focus on human element. And the central challenge, implementation gap, the problem, the gap between purchasing technology and using it effectively to improve learning. Root cause, focusing on technology without pedagogy and people. It's like it's like TPP, where the solution for this is like technology pedagogy, as we discussed before, and content knowledge must guide all implementation plans, and resistance to change description. Fear, comfort with the status quo, and lack of understanding can lead to resistance from educators and staff. The solution would be strong leadership, communicate the why clearly and consistently, involve stakeholders, include teachers in the selection planning processes, celebrate early adopters, showcase success stories to build momentum. And also like there are like insufficient professional development, one-time workshops or are ineffective. uh, PD must be ongoing, relevant, and practical. This professional development should focus mainly on embedded coaching instructional coaches who work alongside teachers in the classroom, like peer-to-peer learning, create mentorship programs, time provide dedicated paid time for teachers to learn and experiment, and the digital debate in devices internet access remains bigger barrier to equitable transformation. The solution would be one device programs with a plan for maintenance and home internet support. Community partnerships work with libraries and community centers to provide access and advocacy. Lobby for government and ISP programs to provide affordable internet to low income families. This helps, like if this is a solution, uh, if this strategy can be planned, then technology automatically improves. And uh, and also, like, data privacy and security, protecting student data is a legal ethical mandate. Like, the solution would be like street vendor vetting, use rubrics to evaluate editing tools, and the student data privacy training, educate staff and students on strong password, transparency, clearly communicate to parents what data is collected, and content overload and quality. Uh, Description would be like teachers are overwhelmed by the sheer volume of available digital sources. For this description, like the student solution would be like curated platforms, use district vetted platforms like common sense education, infrastructural coaches empower them to help teachers find and evaluate high quality resources, quality over quantity, focus on a few versatile tools rather than dozens of single use apps. Uh, and also budget, like technology is expensive and funding is always limited. Like, for an example, grants and rollouts, prioritize needs and implement over a multi-year plan. Cloud-based solution can reduce cost for severe. Solution framework would be like a model to help teachers integrate technology meaningfully. Substitution. Tech acts as a direct tool. Substitute with no functional change. Uh, Augmentation. Tech acts as a direct substitute, and modification would be tech allows significant tasks, and redefinition would be like tech allows creation of new tasks, and strategies would be encourage teachers to aim for modification. And these are like few effective change management, whereas this is like a eight step process where uh, whoever wants to build a new technology, these 8 steps can be used, and apply this framework to any digital platform initiative. And permission to fail, encouraging experimentation and treat values and learning opportunities. Innovation time, allow teachers dedicated time to work on passion projects related to tech integration. Leadership modeling, administrating should use the technology themselves and involve students from form student tech committees to provide feedbacks. Offer choice, allow students to demonstrate, increase engagement and provide invaluable. And scenario, a school introduces a new LMS, uh, which is like veteran. Teachers are resistant. Solution, the principal identifies a respected veteran teacher as an early adopter, provides them with extra support, as has them demo LMS with their peers, highlighting times and features for grading. Like, there are few tools which helps teachers also solve their problems easily. For grading sheets or for student mark list or for etc. purposes. Uh, district has many. Uh, a rural district has many students without home internet. So the solution for home internet would be um, The solution for home internet would be like that the district partners with a local ISP to provide discounted plans, and it also equips buses with Wi-Fi and parks them in neighborhood hubs after school hours. Measuring success, not just test scores. Look at a broader set of indicators: engagement metrics, LMS logics, and student agency, student feedback service, choice in learning, digital skills, quality of student created digital portfolios, teacher efficiency, student service on confident and time savings. The the continuous cycle would be a proper plan, like develop a strategy based on your vision, needs as an assessment, do implement the plan starting with pilots, check, use data and feedback to evaluate what is working and what is not, act, adjust your strategy and scale up successful initiatives, and repeat. This is a never ending cycle, not a one-time project. And these are few negotiable for success, like leadership, equity, teacher support, robust innovation. These are few points. And the ultimate goal of this transforming learning is like the goal is not to simplify add technology. The goal is to transform teaching and learning to be more engaging, effective, personalized, and equitable for every single learner. Technology is a powerful engine, but the destination improved human outcomes. And the final thought, digital transformation is not just a project with an end date. It is a continuous journey of adoption and improvement. The most important step is to begin. And navigating the journey, it would be like challenges are significant but solvable. With a strategic people focused approach, solutions require a fated effort addressing technology, pedagogy, culture, and equity. Success is measured by a positive impact on student learning and teacher effectiveness. And the past provided the tools and hard lessons about implementation. The present is defined by integration, hybrid models, and focus on data equity. The future points towards hyper personalization, AI collaboration, immersive experiences. The thread connecting all eras in the constant evolution of learning. And despite the technology upheaval, the ultimate goal remains the same: to empower learners, foster critical thinking, and prepare students to lead fulfilling, productive lives. Technology is an amplifier, but humanity is a core. The relationship between teacher and student remains the most vital component of education. So, like, even the bond between a teacher and student should also matter at the end, where it can be through digital platform learning or direct platform learning, wherever it is. Final call to action be the uh, like digital transformation is not a passive event, it is an active process. Whether you are a leader, teacher, or policymaker, you have to role to play. Start today, audit your needs, build a coalition, invest in your people, and take one deliberate step towards building a more effective, equitable, and engaging future of learning. And if so, I want to give the foundation and the past of this digital transformation. Like the main objective is to establish a common understanding of uh, what digital transformation truly means and how we arrived at the current moment. Like we begin by defining it like through digital transformation. Like there are like number of misrepresented as merely digitizing existing processes and putting PDFs of textbooks online or using a projector instead of a whiteboard. So, as we discussed before, like in reality, it is a profound cultural and strategic shift where technology fundamentally alters the value proposition of education. It is all about like moving from one size fits all instructor centric model to a dynamic learner centric ecosystem that is accessible, personalized, and data informed. This transformation impacts not just pedagogy but also administrative. And to understand this our present, we must look to our past. Like the journey began not with the pandemic but decades ago with early computer based training systems like Plato in the 1960s. And like uh, the 1980s saw the rise of personal computers and educational softwares like Maths Blaster, focusing largely on drill and practice. The 1980s introduced the internet, which fundamentally changed access to information and gave rise to the first web-based learning portals. The 2000s were the era of learning management system like Blackboard and Moodle, which standardized online course delivery and gave birth to the formal online degree program. So, crucially, this period also saw the rise of open educational resources like OER movement and championed by initiative like MIT Open Courseware, which began challenging the traditional textbook model. However, like this history is also littered with lessons. A persistent failure has been the shovelware approach, taking old content and simply putting it in a new digital format without changing the pedagogy. Furthermore, initiatives are often focused on technology above people. So here, the main thing is to investing in hardware. Uh, without commensurate investment in teaching training, this uneven adoption coupled with socioeconomics factors led to the emergence of the digital divide. A gap between those with access to technology and the skills to use it. Those without the COVID-19 pandemic did not create this divide. It acted as a brutal spotlight exposing the exhibiting these pre-existing inequalities and global scale. The present landscape and technologies are like for this digital platforms are like the present landscape are like objective would be like to provide a detailed audit of current technologies, their practical applications, the real life challenges they present. Detailed explanation would be like the present landscape is a hybrid model, a fusion of physical and digital learning experiences. The backbone of this ecosystem is a learning management system. Platforms like Canvas, Google Classroom, and D2L, there are no longer just repositories for files. They are the central nervous system for courses, handling everything from content delivery and grading to communication and analytics. We are now seeking a move beyond the LMS to more advanced tools. Artificial intelligence, AI, is moving them theory to practice. It powers adaptive learning platforms that personalize content in real time, automatic grading systems that free up instructor time, and AI powered teaching assistants that can handle routine student queries. Gamification leverages our innate desire for play and achievement to boost engagement throughout like points, badges, and leaderships, leaderboards. Immersive are like technologies like AR, VR are creating exponential learning. I mean, allowing medical students to perform virtual dissections or history students to walk through digitally reconstructed Asian cities. Like, I want to give some more explanation. Like, this powerful toolkit comes with significant challenges. Teachers burnout and digital fatigue are real phenomena. Educators are often overwhelmed by the pace of change and the multitude of tools. The digital divide persists, now encompassing not just because that the device access, but also the quality of connectivity and the availability of supportive learning environment at home. Data privacy and security are paramount concerns as we collect more student data than ever before. Furthermore, like the market is flooded with tools leading to vendor lock-in and decision fatigue for institutions. The role of the educator is considerably shifting from a sage on the stage to a guide on the side. Like the future trends would be like predictions and ethics. Objective is to the objective is to explore trends, facilitate a critical discussion on long-term implications and ethical dilemmas. So the future trajectory points towards Hyper personalized AI will evolve to create truly unique learning pathways for every student, dynamically adjusting to their learning style, pace, interest. Generative AI. AI will become an embedded partner in education, assisting teachers in creating content, generating lesson plans, and providing even more sophisticated student support. We are moving towards more immersive and verifiable learning experiences, the metaverse, a confluence of VR, AR, and persistent virtual worlds promises to make collaborative experiential learning the norm, not the expansion. Like there are like blockchain technology offers a potential revolution in credentiality, allowing learners to own share a verifiable tamper-proof portfolio of micro-credentials. The future is not without its profound questions. We must engage in serious dialogue about ethical AI. How do we eliminate algorithmic bias that could uh, predate inequality? How to use predictivity analytics without infringing on the digital wealth gap is a critical risk. We'll assess the cutting edge tech like AI tutors and VR labs created tired system between well funded and under resourced institutions. The very nature of assessment must be rethought. How do we evaluate human centric skills like creativity, collaboration, critical thinking in a world where knowledge based tasks can be automated? Strategy and implementation would be like uh, to transition from theory to practice, providing a actionable framework for planning and executing a digital transformation strategy. Understanding the technology is useless without a strategy for implementation. The first step is never to buy technology. It is to conduct a needs assessment. What are the specific pedagogical or operational problems you are trying to solve? This requires auditing existing infrastructure, skills, and workflows. A successful strategy rests on four pillars: vision and strategy, aligning tech adoption with overreaching educational goals, technology and infrastructure, investing in reliable, scalable, and secure infrastructure first, pedagogy and content, ensuring technology serves the pedagogy, not the other way around. Frameworks like SAM or model can help teachers design lessons that do more than just substitute older tools. People and culture. This is the most critical pillar. Transformation is about people. This requires ongoing embedded professionals development and The strategy and implementation is about like to transition from theory to practice, providing an actionable framework for planning and executing a digital transformation strategy. Like understanding the technology is useless without a strategy for the implementation. The first step is never to buy technology. It is to conduct a needs assessment. What are the specific pedagogical or operational problems you are trying to solve? This requires auditing existing infrastructure skills and workflows. For an example, I want to give like a successful strategy research on four pillars, like vision and strategy, aligning tech adoption with overarching educational goals, technology and infrastructure, investing in reliable, scalable, and secure infrastructure first, pedagogy and content, ensuring technology serves the pedagogy, not the other way around. Framework like the SAMR model can help teachers design lessons that do more than just subtitle old tools. Like people and culture, like this is the most critical pillar. Transformation is about people. This requires ongoing embedded professional development, not one-off workshops, nor and fostering a culture innovation. Uh, I want to speak about like policy and investment. Like as we discussed, is it's about like waves of government and corporate investment were often followed by periods. Like if we examine the role of government policy and investment in educational technology, we see a story of fits and starts, a mixed history characterized by ambitious initiatives, often like hamstrung by inconsistency, changing priorities, and a fundamental disconnect between funding for hardware and the necessary support for people and pedagogy. Policymakers have historically focused on the most visible element of the equation, infrastructure and hardware. We have seen numerous well intentioned programs and grants aimed at putting devices into classrooms, from early computer lab initiatives to more modern one device programs. The goal was often a simple metric, computers per student. However, this approach frequently fell into the fire and forget trap. Like there are billions were allocated for purchasing laptops and tablets, and a fraction of that investment was dedicated to ongoing embedded professional development needed for teachers to use this technology effectively. This created a stark reality where shiny new devices sat unused in carts or were deployed for lower level tasks like word processing because teachers were not giving the time, training, or support to redesign their lessons around them. Furthermore, like investment has been reactive rather than strategic. The more recent and powerful example is the COVID-19 pandemic. Suddenly, it has changed everything in COVID-19 pandemic. Like suddenly, the digital divide was no longer an abstract concept, but a full-blown emergency. Preventing learning from happening at all, governments worldwide scrambled to release emergency funds for devices and internet hotspots. While necessary, this was a crisis response, not a sustainable long term strategy for digital equity. This pattern repeats itself. A burst of funding follows a crisis or a major published push, but it is rarely sustained over the multiple years required for true cultural pedagogy transformation. Like the consistency. Uh, The inconsistency creates a cycle of waste. Schools with ambitious leaders might leverage a short-term grant to launch an innovative program, only to see it with with when the funding ends and they lack the budget for maintenance software, licenses, or replacement devices. This leads to a deeper seated skepticism among educators who see new tech initiatives as just another passing fad that will be abandoned when the political winds change. Ultimately, the mixed history of policy and investment reveals a critical lesson. Sustainable digital transformation cannot be bought, it must be built. It requires a fundamental shift in how we approach funding, moving from one time capital expenditures on hardware to ongoing operational investments in human capital, continuous training, technical support, pedagogical coaching, and most importantly, reliable, equitable access to high speed internet, which should be treated as a public utility essential for learning in the 21st century. Like how to present like is uh, upon this is like teachers are key. Without investing in people, the best technology will fail. Support is non-negotiable, and the foundation today is like the past laid the groundwork, exposing both the immense potential significant pitfalls of educational technology. And actually, when we talk about the foundation of digital education today, we are no longer just referring to physical computers in a lab. The foundation has evolved into complex, interconnected ecosystem of technology, infrastructure, and human capacity that must work together seamlessly. It is the essential bedrock upon which all digital learning is built. And without it, even the most advanced educational tools will fail. First and foremost, the non-negotiable cornerstone of this foundation is high-speed connectivity. It is electricity of the 21st century classroom. This means robust, reliable Wi-Fi that can handle dozens, if not hundreds, of devices simultaneously, streaming video, collaborating in real time, and accessing cloud resources. Like it's not just within schools walls, but extending into students' home to bridge homework gap. Secondly, the foundation consists of access to approximate degrees devices. The debate is shifting from being one device per student to right device, right purpose. This involves a mix of hardware, laptops for content creation, tablets for younger learners or specific applications, and sometimes specialized VR AR kits for uh, immersive learning, all managed secured effectively. Third and most critically, the modern foundation is cloud first. The physical servers of the past are being replaced by cloud platforms like Google Workspace and Microsoft 365. Actually, this shift is revolutionary. It means that a student's work resources and collaborative spaces are no longer tied to single mission or location. Learning can happen anywhere, anytime, and on any device while allowing for seamless collaboration and automatic updates. Like, however, the most overlooked part of the foundation is human infrastructure. This includes technical support, a dedicated team to maintain devices, connectivity, and software. Like, there are like technical support, instructional coaching, digital leaderships. The foundation today is no longer a static set of tools. It is dynamic living system. Like a school might have the fastest internet and newest tablets, but without the human support and strategic vision, that foundation is brittle, will crumble under pressure. True readiness is achieved when the technical and human elements are aligned and equally supported. And upon virtual reality, like there are education helps more on virtual reality where the definition of VR is all about immerses the user in a fully simulated digital environment, using a headset. Uh, Like, what exactly the VR is actually? Virtual reality. Well, uh, if you're ever put on a headset, felt like you were inside a video game or different world, that is VR. It's all about metaverse. It's a fully immersive digital experience that makes you feel like you are actually there. But in reality, you're not there. Now, how does this work in education? Imagine instead of just reading about the solar system in a textbook, students can put on a VR headset, take a tour of Mars, they can float in space, see the planets up close, truly grasp the vastness of our universe in a way that a book or video could never show. Or think about history class. Instead of looking at pictures of ancient Rome, students can walk through a digital reconstructed Colosseum. Hear the sounds of the crowd and the see the architecture come to life all around them. Actually, it's like a time machine. This is called experimental learning. Learning by doing, experiencing. It's powerful because it's memorable, engaging, and accessible. Students who might struggle with traditional lectures can thrive when they can see the interact with concepts. Of course, there are challenges. VR headsets can be expensive. Not only every school can afford a full set, some students might also feel dizzy and uncomfortable using them for too long. But as the technology improves and becomes more affordable, VR has the potential to transform field trips, science labs, and ever even career training, like letting future surgeons practice operations in a risk-free virtual space. Like uh, learning analysis of digital platform in the present generation is the measurement collection analysis, reporting of data about learners and their contents. Learning analysis is a practice of using data to understand and improve learning. It's like a fitness tracker for education. Just like your smartwatch collects data on your steps, uh, heart rate to give you insights into your health. Learning analysis collects data on how students interact with digital tools to give teachers insights into their learning health. So, what kind of data are we talking about? It's not just test scores, it's things like how many times did a student rewatch that video lesson. It's all about like questioning how did they spend on that quiz, did they participate in the online discussion forum, which resources did they click on, and by looking at this data, teachers can move from guessing to knowing. They can get an early warning if a student is starting to struggle. Maybe they have failed to log in for 3 days, or are spending an unusually like long term on simple assignments. This allows the teacher to intervene early with extra help, like sending a quick message or recommending a helpful resource before the student falls far behind. Like there are few strategies also to use in this, like it helps improve principals can see which courses have the highest dropout rates or which teaching materials are most engaging. This is not about spying on students, it's about supporting them. The goal is to use this information to create a more personalized, effective learning journey for every single student. Of course, we have to be careful. Data privacy and ethics are huge concerns. This data must be used responsibly to help students, not to limit their opportunities. Like for an example, so in a nutshell, learning analytics turns everyday digital activities into a powerful tool for personalized support and smarter teaching. So like persist challenges on digital divide is like the problem statement would be like significant is disparities in access to reliable high-speed internet and modern devices still exist. The impact would be like homework. Uh, so, like the digital divide is a gap between those who have access to modern technology and the internet. Those who do not uh, imagine, like let's imagine there are two students during the pandemic. Student A has a high-speed internet connection, a quiet room with a desk, her own laptop, and parents who can help her. Student B has to share one old smartphone with his three siblings. They have slow, unreliable internet that he can only access. Sometimes he tries to do his homework in a noisy living room. Both students are in same digital class, but are they on a level playing field? Absolutely not. Student B is not just struggling with the lesson. He's struggling to even get the lesson. This is not about intelligence or effort. It's about cases and essays. It's all about opportunity. The student device is not just one thing, it has three layers. The assess divide are like this is the most basic level. Do you have a device? Do you have a reliable high speed internet connection at home? Millions of students still don't have the proper internet connection, but still, the skills divides are like okay. Let's say you have a device and internet. Do you know how to use it effectively for learning? Like this includes digital literacy skills for students, but also digital teaching skills for educators. The participation device, this is the most substantial but powerful, even if you have access and skills. Can you fully participate? This means having the time, the supportive environment, and the confidence to engage deeply, not just log in. The divide doesn't just affect grades; it affects self-esteem, opportunities, and futures. It reinforces existing inequalities based on income and geography. So, what is the solution towards this? And what can be done actually? It starts by recognizing that internet access is not just a luxury, it is a necessity. Like electricity or water, closing the divide requires more than just handling out laptop. It requires a community effort, investing in infrastructure, providing affordable internet plans, offering digital literacy training for families, and creating safe spaces for students to learn. Fixing is not just a technical problem, it's just more imperative, because if we don't solve the digital divide, we risk creating a permanent underclass of learners who are left behind the digital world. Like the strategies here, we can discuss like schools must advocate the public private partnerships to expand broadband access. And for this digital transformation, like the data privacy and security. The problem would be like protecting highly sensitive student data, like grades, behavior, personal info from breaches and misuse. Uh, like the main strategy would be like construct strict vendor audits, provide digital citizenship training, and have clear data governance policies. Like and the content quality also could be like the problem statement and overwhelming abundance of online resources makes it difficult to find accurate pedagogical sound and unbiased content. Misinformation, students need to be taught critical thinking skills and also to evaluate online sources, strategy empower librarians and instructions. And also like the present role of the educator is like facilitator and guide, curates learning experiences and guidance to students through complex problem solving, interpreter, uses analytics to understand student needs, provide targeted support, and learning designer creates engaging multimodal lessons that leverage technology purposes and focuses on developing the whole child, including social emotional skills. Like um, mostly students do not focus like students may not focus in the physical appearance, like in the physical classrooms, like they may focus on the courses and what they may not show much interest, but through digital platforms like students can show uh due to shorter time and uh without any disturbance, like student can focus easily, and student can learn through courses easily. So here a student core skill would be like critical evaluation, assessing the credibility of online information, and identifying bias, digital citizenship, understanding online safety, privacy and ethics, and responsible communication. And the creation would be like using technology to create content, video, podcast, blogs, not just consume it. So for students, there are like lots of skills they can gain, like uh, to truly understand digital transformation, like a student must build like T-shaped skill set, like broad knowledge across many areas, like the technological core. This is about understanding the tools and technologies, like the enable transformation, cloud computing, and the foundation understanding, data and analytics, the lifeblood of digital business, data science and big data, how to collect, store, and process large data sets, data analytics, deriving insights from data using tools like SQL, Python, and visualization tools, artificial intelligence and machine learning, how to use algorithms for prediction, automation, and personalization, understanding the basics of models, training and ethics is key, cybersecurity and privacy, understanding threats, risk management, and regulations like GDPR is essential for any digital initiative. Like Internet of Things, how physical devices are connected to the digital world, generating new data, streams and business models, like core development and operations, understanding agile. So there are like methodologies for building and deploying software quickly and reliably. The strategics and business course of of the digital transformation would be like technology is useless without a business purpose. This is about application and strategy, like business processes analysis, the ability to map out the existing processes, identifying inefficiencies, like and redesign them, leveraging digital tools, business model innovation, understanding how digital technology enables new models, subscription services like platforms, marketplaces, like like premiums, free premiums, and also like digital strategy and leadership. Like they align digital initiatives with overall business goals, measure ROI, and lead change in organization, digital market and growth hacking. How to acquire, engage, and retain customers in a digital landscape using SEO, SEM, social media platforms, and content marketing. The data and analytics core, the what. This deserves its own category, but it's the connective tissue between technology and strategy. Like data literacy would be like the ability to read, analyze, and argue with data. This is a fundamental skill for every role, not just data scientist. Metrics would be like metrics and measurements, knowing how what to measure and how to interpret the results to make informed decisions. Customer insights is also important, like using data to build 360-degree view of the customer and the personalized experiences. The human and organizational core would be like this is often the most challenging part of transformation and is where most initiatives fail. Change management, how to guide people through the process of change, overcome resistance, and build buy-in for new technologies and processes. Like agile and collaborative mindsets would be like moving away from siloed high and the ability to translate technological concepts into business value and compelling narratives. How a student should approach this learning path? Like start with the why. Like why is this before dividing into code? Understand the business, like business problem. Like how did Netflix and disturb Blockbuster? Uh how did it happen? I mean, build a technical foundation. Take introductory courses in programming, Python in one, recommended language of its versatility in data, AI, and web development. Data from SQL is it is a fundamental language for querying databases, cloud. Get a free tier account on AWS, Azure, or GCP, and complete a fundamental certification. Apply knowledgeable to projects. Theory is nothing without practice. Uh, so like build a simple web app. Analyze a public dataset to find insights or automate a manual task. This builds your portfolio and deepens understanding. Like develop soft skills like join clubs, work on group projects, practice presenting your ideas. The ability to collaborate and communicate is what will make your technical skills valuable. Like improved accessibility would be like text to speech, speech to text, screen readers. Like benefits would be like provide us multiple means of engagement, presentation, and expression supporting students. And also like global collaboration. Present success is all about global collaboration. Like for an example, a classroom in Ohio collaborators with a classroom in Kenya on a joint climate change project using Teams and Flipgrid. Breaks on classroom walls, fosters cultural understanding and prepares students for a globalized workspace. So here, global collaboration is like the practice of teams working together across national culture, uh, temporal boundaries to achieve common goals, leveraging digital tools to overcome the challenges of Distance. It is the operating system of the modern digital transformed enterprise. Why is it a pillar of digital transformation? Access to global talent, companies are no longer limited by geography. They can hire the best talent anywhere in the world, forming teams with diverse skills and perspectives. Like there are like 24% productivity and innovation. With a team spread across time zones, work can progress around the clock. A team in a Silicon Valley can hand off a project to a team in Bangalore, who they hand it off to a team in London, creating a continuous workflow. Diverse perspective, diverse perspective drives better solutions. Homogeneous teams often produce homogeneous ideas. Global teams bring varied culture viewpoints, leading to more creative problem solving and products that are designed for a global market from the start. And like global markets, having team members embedded in different regions provides invaluable local insights into customer behavior, regulations, and market trends. The core skill for mastering collaboration is to collaborate effectively with global students, and professionals need to master a blend of tools, skills, mindsets. Technical tool proficiency is like you cannot collaborate globally without mastering the suite of tools that make it possible. Like here is a case study upon a university's AI implementation, institution Georgia State University initiative used an AI-powered chat box to answer student questions and an analytics system to identify at-risk students. Like the result of this would be like significantly reduced summer melt, student who enroll but do not show up in fall, and improved graduation rates, especially among minority and first generation students. A school district's 1-1 program. This is like more severely graded school district Ca- Carolina. So this is also as we discussed about 1-1 program, provided a laptop to every student third grade, and up invested heavily in ongoing teacher training and culture change. So soared from one of the lowest performing districts in state to one of the top with dramatically improved student achievement and engagement. And I would like to discuss about edutech market landscape. Like there is a rapid growth, and there are thousands of edutech tools and apps are available from niche to comprehensive. Challenge of choice: it is difficult for institution to evaluate, select, and manage the plethora of options. Like for an example, market definition and sites of edutech refers to the use of hardware, software, and digital platforms of facilitate enhanced transformation, teaching, learning, and educational administration. Market says the global edtech market is massive, growing rapidly. It was valued at approximately 123 billion in 2022 and is projected to reach over 348 billion by 2030. And a compound annual growth rate would be like of around 14%. Diverse drivers of growth: the COVID-19 pandemic, which forced global experiment in remote learning, increased internet mobile device penetration globally, the growing demand for lifelong learning, upskilling, reskilling, government initiative promoting digital education, the risk cost of traditional education, making alternatives more attractive. There are like key market segments. The edtech landscape can be segmented by end user it serves and the type of solution it provides. By end user, K-12 primary and secondary education, solutions for school teachers, students, and parents, higher education solutions for universities, colleges, and their students, cooperative learning and development, solutions for business to train, and upskill their employees. Consumer lifelong learning solutions for individuals seeking personal and professional development outside the formal institutions. By solution type would be like learning management systems, the operation system for education platforms like Canvas, Module, Blackboard that deliver track and manage educational courses, massive open online courses, platforms like Coursera, EDH, Udacity that offer online courses from universities, online degree and bootcamp providers, institutions like 2U, uh, Guild Education and General Assembly that offer full degrees or intensive career focused training, often in partnership with traditional universities. Classroom and school management tools, software for attendance, grading, scheduling, and communication. Powerful, specialized content subject tools. Language learning dominated by apps like Duolingo, Babbel, Rosetta. Early childhood apps like ABC, Mouse, and Khan Academic Kids. As we discussed, like VR, AR in education, immersive technologies for exponential learning, like lab simulations, virtual field trips, tutor and test preparation platforms connecting students with tutors, check Byju's varsity tutors and tools for standardized test preparation. Like I will let discuss like professional development in the present, like shift is needed from one-off workshops to ongoing embedded and collaborative coaching. Effective models would be like professional learning, communities. Teachers may regularly to share strategies and data, peer coaching. Tech savvy teachers mentor their colleagues, micro credential for teachers, allowing them to batch their our new skills. The future learning would be the future learning hyper personalization would be like AI driven pathways. So learning platforms will create unique real time pathways for each student, adjusting content time paths for each student, adjusting content pace. Like it would be like hyper personalization goes for far beyond the traditional idea of personalized learning. It's not just about letting a student learn at their own pace. It's about creating a dynamical, adaptive, AI-driven learning ecosystem that is uniquely tailored to an individual's learning preferences. Would be like example visual versus auditory learner and real-time cognitive, like background and knowledge skills, goal and motivates contents. It's a learning experience that feels like it has one-to-one human tutor with infinite patience and knowledge, but powered by algorithms and data. The pillars of hyper personalized learning. The future is built on several coveraging technology trends. Like for an example, artificial intelligence, big data learning, cloud computing. What would a hyper personalized learning experience look like? Like it is a diagnosis before starting the system doesn't just give Alex a pre-test. It analyzes past performances in maths, even from previous years on different platforms to build a research knowledge graph of what he truly knows, where his gaps are. Dynamic content curation instead of linear chapter list. Alex dashboard presents him with a unique learning journey. It recommends a short animated video because the AI knows he is a visual learner who is responsible to storytelling, real-time adoption while watching the video, and embedded sensor or the device's camera with consent notices Alexa's expression is confused. The video automatically passes and generative AI tutor process. Like for an example, personalized practice. Alex gets practice problems. He gets the first two wrong. The system doesn't just mark them wrong. It analyzes his wrong answers to diagnose. The specific would reason would be like subtracting instead of adding the inverse. Like for an example, an AI identifies student struggle with the maths concept. Like challenges and ethical construction, but the future is not without significant risk and hurdles. Like data privacy and security is also important. The system requires collecting an immense amount of sensitive biometric behavior data. Who owns this data? How is it protected? This is a paramount concern. Algorithmic bias. If the AI is trained on biased data, it will even amplify bias, unfairly limiting the paths recommending for certain groups of students. The filter bubble of learning could hyper personalization prevent students from encoding challenging ideas or alternative perspectives that are crucial for critical thinking. Loss of human connection, like education is not just about knowledge transfer, it's about social interaction, mentorship, and the unexpected lessons learned from peers and teachers. An overly engineered system could become isolating. Like here is also like generative AI education for students like AI as a 24/7 personal tutor that can generate practice questions, provide Socratic hints, and explain answers in multiple ways. For teachers, AI to create lesson plans, generate differentiate reading passages, draft quiz questions, and provide summaries of student discussions. Ethical consideration critical to teach students to use AI as a coach, not to tool. The metaverse and immersive learning would be like persistent virtual campuses, shared digital spaces where students and educators interact as avatars for class, social events, and lecturers. It is like about complete like the metaverse is not just a single product or place. It is a hypothesized future iteration of the internet, a coverage of our physical and digital lives through persistent shared 3D virtual spaces. Think of it as an embodied internet. Instead of browsing websites on a screen, you habit digital spaces. Key characteristics of a true metaverse would be like for a virtual space to be part of a true metaverse, it would likely need these features. Persistence, the word doesn't pass or reset. It continues to exist and evolve 24 by 7, just like the real world. Like synchrory and live, everyone experiences events in real time, fostering a genuine sense of shared presence. Interoperability, this is a huge one. You should be able to take your avatar, digital clothes, car, currency from one platform and use them in another. Uh, Concurrency, the ability to support many users simultaneously in the same shared space, each as an individual identity. Like the technology stack building would be in metaverse would be virtual reality, VR, AR, or augmented reality, etc. The benefits are behind this also like the unprecedented levels of presence and engagement for remote learning. And the risk of based education is all about like shift from degrees to skills. Employees will increasingly prioritize verifiable skills, badges, nano degrees over. This is like nanotechnology. It's all about 3D virtual. So over traditional 4-year degrees for many roles. The stackable credential learners will mix and match micro credentials from different providers to build their own unique qualification. Implication universities will need to offer more modular, flexible learning pathways, AI powered content creation and curation. Teacher Copilot AI tools will help teachers rapidly generate high quality, engaging content from iTeractive. Mostly, it refers to the use of machine learning algorithms, especially generative AI and large language models like GPT-4, DAL, and how it works. The core technologies would be like generative AI, the subset of AI that learns from vast data sets of existing concepts,
text, images, code, audio to create new original content that resembles the training data and doesn't repeat it. Large language models, the engine behind most text based AI, they predict the next most likely word in a sequence, allowing them to generate coherent sentences, paragraph, and entire articles. Like diffusion models would be like the leading technology for image generation. They work by starting with random noise and gradually refining it into a coherent image that matches a given text description. Neural networks for audio models like Open, Jukebox. Type of AI powered content would be text and copy generation. What does it work like? Write articles, blog posts, marketing copy, product descriptions, email, social media posts, poetry and scripts. Examples would be like ChatGPT. The most famous example, great for ideation, drafting, and editing, focused on marketing teams and sales copy, generates marketing and social media content, and mostly it is known for its longest context window and careful conceptual AI approach. Image and art generation. What does it work like? Creates original images, illustrations, logos, and concept art from text descriptions. Examples, Midjourney, known for highly artistic. And the strategies would be the future skills for educators will be prompt engineering, the ability to effectively instruct AI to generate the desired output. Seamless integration technology will make cross borders collaboration on a standard part of the curriculum, not just a special project. Tools will evolve with built-in real-time translation and culture constructs clues to facilitate smoother collaboration. The main goal is to solve global challenges through student-led international project teams. And also like ethical AI, a core curriculum component, mandatory literacy, understanding algorithms, bias, data privacy, and ethical implications of AI will become as fundamental as maths or reading. Students must learn to question how AI models are built with what data they are trained on. And the main goal is to create a generation of informed, creative, critical consumers and creators of technology. The teacher of the future, a new role, learning experience designer, architects of compelling personalized learning journeys, mentor and coach focus on human centric skills, empathy, creativity, collaboration, and critical thinking. So here the teacher of the future is like facilitator of connections. So it's all about like while the future of the teacher is not only the one of replacement but of profound transformation. It's like while AI and technology will automate certain tasks, the human role of a teacher will become more crucial than ever, evolving into something richer and more complex. The teacher of the future will shift from being the sage of the stage. The soul source knowledge would be like guide on the side, and ultimately to something more like a designer of learning experience. The changing roles of the teacher would be like traditional role, future role, content delivery, university assessor, solo practitioner, etc. The future technology skills would be like the skills that required will expand significantly beyond subject matter. And here is lifelong learning for this. Teachers themselves must model being continuous learners, constantly adapting to new tools and new pedagogical research. The AI human partnership in the classroom would be like this is the Central paradigm shift: AI will handle the administrative and analytical heavy lifting, freeing the leader to focus on the human centric work. What AI and technology will do is that the mission jobs, automate grading of multiple choice, fill in the blank, and even some essay based assessments, provide personalized practice like deliver adapted drills and exercises tailored to each student levels, generate content, create lesson summaries, practice problems, and first drafts of learning materials, analyze data, flag students who are struggling, identify classified knowledge gaps, and track long term progress. What the teacher will do actually. The human jobs provide inspiration and motivation, spark curiosity and a love for learning, facilitate complex discussions, lead debates and Socratic seminars, and also offer empathy and support, build strong, trusting relationship with students, teach critical thinking and creativity, challenge students to apply knowledge in new ways, and create original work, mentor and advise, like guide students on their educational and personal journeys, challenges on the horizon. This transition would be easy and present severe significant challenges. Professional development, massive investment is needed to retain millions of teachers for these new roles. You can't just hand a teacher an AI dashboard without training. Equity and access. The digital divide could become an educational divide. Will all schools have the resources to provide this technology and training? Teacher burnt out. The pressure to constantly adapt to new technologies and methodologies could increase stress and burnt out if not damaged with support. Over reliance on data, there is a risk of reducing students to data points. The teacher's human institution and relationship building skills must remain central. Ethical use of AI. Teachers will need to navigate issues like algorithm bias in AI tools and ensure student data privacy. So it's like the future of the teacher is brighter, more important than ever, but different. The value of a teacher will no longer be measured by their ability to misinformation. Instead, it will be measured by ability to connect, build, and the take supportive relationship with students, inspire, etc. So this is one more example, the AI teaching assistant. Professor Jones uses AI to handle routine questions. Result will be the freezer time to host small group discussions, provide deep personalized feedback and complex projects. And here one more example for VR scenario: medical nursing students use VR to experience a day in life of an elderly patient with uh, macular degeneration and hearing loss. Result: the immersive experience fosters profound empathy, directly improving their bedside manner. And the future challenges for digital would be problem would be like managing the digital footprint and online identity of learners from a very young age. AI integration and ethical governance would be like AI systems often generate confident but incorrect or fabricated information, posing risk in legal medications, medical and educational concepts where accuracy is critical. Copyright and ownership ambiguity. US copyright law does not protect fully AI generated content, creating legal risk for businesses using AI for marketing, design, or content creation, data privacy and bias. AI models trained on large data sets may embed bias or violate privacy regulations, especially when handling sensitive corporate or personal data. Energy consumption, large AI models require significant computational power. So these are like driving up energy costs and environmental impacts. Efficient model design and renewable energy integration are needed. So education sector challenges would be like persistent achievement gaps, inequalities in educational outcomes have widened post pandemic, particularly for low income students, English language learners, and students of color. Solutions require equity centered instructional design. It's like coherent learning progressions, chronic chronic absenteeism and rates remain high, disrupting learning recovery, engaging relevant learning experiences. Teacher capacity and burnt out. Teachers face pressure to adapt to new technologies, manage larger classes, and meet administrative standards, leading to burnt out professional development and supportive policies are essential. Digital equity disparities in access to technology and reliable internet persist, hindering effective integration of digital tools in education. And metaverse implementation risk would be like privacy and security concerns, and like immersive virtual environments collect in extensive biometric behavior data, raising risk of breaches and misuse, high costs and exclusion. Access to VR, AR hardware and infrastructure remains expensive. Potential excellency, low income populations. Like future challenges would be like more. If AI can grade an essay for grammar and structure, how do we assess deeper creativity, originality, and human insight? So the shift would be like assessment will need to move towards complex project-based work, presentations, and portfolios. Evaluate higher ordering thinking skills, and the solution for this would be use AI to handle low-level grading, freeing teachers to assess the human elements to student work. And future challenges would be the digital wealth gap. There is a new tied system where wealthy institutions offer cutting edge AI and VR experiences while under resourced schools struggle with basic connectivity. This would exacerbate existing inequality on a massive scale. Strategic planning would be uh, human AI collaboration, implement robust human oversight and editing protocols, AI generate outputs to ensure accuracy, authenticity, and legal compliance. Like there are like equity by design, develop educational and technological solutions with inclusivity as a core principle, ensuring access for marginalized groups, investment in teacher support, provide continuous professional development and mental health resources for educators to mitigate burnout, clear regulatory frameworks. Governments and industries must establish standards for AI ethics, data privacy, and metaverse governance to protect users. Sustainability, prioritize energy, efficient AI models, green computing initiatives to reduce environmental. The future promises significant advancements through AI, the metaverse, and digital transformation, but these are accompanied by complex challenges spanning ethics, equity, legality, and human well-being. Success will require collaborative governments, thoughtful integration of technology, and unwavering commitment to ethical principles. Organizations and societies that proactively address these challenges will be better positions to harness the benefits of these are like the benefits of emerging technologies while minimizing their risk. It mainly focuses on like future proofing, invest in bandwidth and infrastructure that can support next generation technologies. And the summary would be like the future is human tech. I mean, the most successful educational models will not be fully automated. They will be symbiotic partnership, leveraging technology to automate the mundane, personalize the journey, provide deep insights, therefore freeing up human educators to do what they do best, inspire, connect, mentor, and care. So, call to action for instruction start now. Like audit your readiness, assess current infrastructure skills and culture, pilot programs, small Start small with a willing group of teachers. Test, learn, and iterate. Invest in people. Allocate budget for continuous relevant PD, not just hardware. Develop an ethical framework. Create guidelines for the responsibility use of AI and data. And be a lifelong learner. Continuously explore new tools and pedagogies. Start small. Incorporate one new tech tool per semester and master it before adding another. Collaborate, share successes and failures with your PLC. Focus on pedagogy, always ask, does this technology enhance learning goal? So, call to action for policymakers: prioritize equity, fund infrastructure, treat high speed internet as a public utility, and ensure all schools and homes are connected. Support OER, introduce the creation and adoption of open educational resources and reduce cost. Modernize regulations. Here are few key takeaways. From the future are like AI is a transformative partner, not a replacement. Equity is the defining challenge of the next decade. Skills and human capitals will be valued over root. Ethics must be integrated. So, like skills and human capitals will be valued over rote knowledge. Like ethics must be integrated into fabric of digital learning. So, like AI and automation as co-drivers would be artificial intelligence, generative AI, and machine learning will reshape decision making, product development, customer engagement. Hyper automation will streamline operations, reducing costs and improving efficiency. Data centric future. Data will be most valuable asset. Companies will invest heavily in advanced analytics like real time insights and predictive modeling. It emphasizes on data governance, privacy, and ethics will increase. Customer centric personalization. Business will use AI, LOD, and behavior analytics to deliver highly personal experiences. And there are like cloud and edge computing expansion. Hybrid and multi cloud strategies will dominate. Edge computing will support faster real time processing, critical for LOD, like autonomous vehicles and smart cities. Cyber security and trust by design. With increasing digital dependency, zero trust architecture, AI driven security, and blockchain based identity systems will be vital. Workplace of the future, remote, hybrid, and AI enabled workspaces will remain central. Reskilling and digital literacy will be as important as technology itself. Sustainable and green tech, digital transformation will integrate with ESG goals, energy efficiency data centers, digital twins for sustainable operations, and carbon tracking platforms will rise. Metaverse, AI or VR and Web3, extended like reality, XR and immersive platforms will redefine collaboration, training, retail, and entertainment. Web3 and blockchain will power centralized finance, supply chains, and ownership models. And also human plus machine collaboration. The future is not man versus machine, but man versus machine. Man versus machine, but man versus machine. It's like augmenting human creativity, decision making, and innovation. Continuous transformation, digital transformation will no longer be one time project, but a continuous evolution, agility, and adaptability will determine long term competitiveness. And the main summary would be like the future is immersive, personalized, and data informed. It demands a redefinition of roles for both teachers and students. Navigating it successfully requires careful planning, a commitment to ethics, and an unwavering focus on the human element. The central challenge would be implementation gap. The problem would be the gap between purchasing technology and using it effectively to improve learning outcomes. Root cause would be like focusing on the T technology and without the P pedagogy and people. Solution would be like T pack frame. Technology, pedagogy, content knowledge must guide all implementation plans. So here one more resistance to change is fear, comfort with the status quo, lack of understanding can lead. And the solution towards this is strong leadership, communicate the why clearly and consistently, involve stakeholders, include teachers in the selection and planning process, celebrate early adopters, and and also like one more challenge would be like insufficient professional development, descriptive one-time workshops are ineffective. PD must be ongoing, relevant, and practical. The solution would be like embedded coaching, instructional coaches who work alongside teachers in the classroom, peer-to-peer learning, create mentorship programs, and PLCs provide dedicated paid time for teachers to learn. And also like digital equity access, the digital divide in devices and internet access remains the biggest barrier to equitable transformation. Solution would be like as we discussed before, like one device programs with a plan for maintenance and home interpret support, community partnerships, work with libraries and community centers to provide access, and also like advocacy. Am I audible?
Yes, Mudavath.
Okay. So the SAMR model framework is all about like has four levels that describe how technology impacts a task like substitution. So S is nothing but technology acts as a direction substitute with no functional damage, no functional change. Example, using a digital document instead of paper, digitize existing processes. Augmentation, like technology still substitute but with functional improvements. Example, using Google Documents with spell check, comments, or collaboration features. Goal, improve efficiency, productivity. Modifications would be like technology allows for significant task revision. Example, students or teams co-author documents in real time, integrating multimedia and live data. So the goal is to transform processes and workflows. Redefinition would be like technology enables new tasks, previously inconvenience. And example like virtual reality, field trips, AI-driven personalized learning paths, or real-time remote labs. It would be like framework with SAMR when applied as a solution framework. The SAMR model guides organizations to assess current stage. Like it identify if current technology use is at substitution or or augmentation, modification, redefinition, and define objects, align digital initiative with business or learning goals, strategize adoption, plan how to move from substitution, augmentation, modification, redefinition, implement tools, choose technology that supports not just designation but transformation, measure impact, evaluate productivity, engage and innovation outcomes at each stage. So these are the 8-step processes like create a sense of urgency, build a guiding coalition, form a strategic vision, enlist a volunteer army, enable action by removing barriers, generate short-term wins, sustain acceleration, initiate change, like build a culture of innovation. Framework to build a culture of innovation is like leadership and mission. Set the tone from the top. Leaders should champion innovation as a core value. Clearly communicate a vision that innovation is part of growth, not just an experiment. Reward, calculate risk taking, and accept that failure is part of learning. Mindset and values. Foster a growth mindset, encourage curiosity, continuous learning, and adaptability, promote psychological safety. People should feel safe to share unconventional ideas without fear of criticism, normalize experimentation and iterative improvement, collaborate and diversity, build cross functional teams, mix perspective from different disciplines, encourage diversity of thoughts, background skills, cultures, create open forums, idea jams, and hackathons to stimulate creativity, structure and processes, allocate time and resources, like Google's famous 20% for personal projects, implement innovation pipelines, capture prototyping, testing, scaling, with frameworks like design thinking, and use frameworks like design thinking and agile to systematic creativity. Like technology and tools will like provide digital platform for idea sharing and collaboration, leverage AI data and automation to free up time for strategic creativity, use rapid prototyping tools, low code, VR, AR simulations, digital teams to test ideas fast, recognition and incentivities, celebrate not just success but also learning from failure, reward innovation contributors through recognition programs, promotions, or insert highlight innovation stories internally to inspire others. So continuous learning would be like invest in training and also like upskilling in creativity, problem solving, and new technologies and future skills, encouraging entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship would be like employees acting like entrepreneurs within the organizations, partner with startups, universities, and research labs for external innovation inputs, and also like a culture of innovation thrives when people process and technology are aligned to empower curiosity, collaboration, and execution. It's less about big bang breakthroughs and more about creating an ecosystem where new ideas continuously emerge, get tested, and scale. So, like, permission to fail would be like encourage experimentation and trade failures as learning opportunities. Innovation type allow teachers dedicated time to work on passion projects related to tech integration, leadership modeling. Administration should use the technology themselves and participate in PD. Student voice and choice would be like involve students, form student tech committees to provide feedback on tools and implementation. Offer choice, allow students to demonstrate understanding in multiple ways, video, podcast, essay, presentation. Benefit would be like increases engagement, provides invaluable feedback from the primary user group. Like what is student voice and choice? Student voice giving learners the opportunity to express ideas, opinions, and feedback and having them matter in decision making. Student choice would be like allowing students to decide how, what, and at times when and where they learn within guided frameworks together. Ownership engagement benefits would be like ownership of learning. Students feel responsible and accountable. Increased motivation, learners pursue topics and methods they find meaningful. Critical thinking and creativity encourages problem solving exploration. Like personalized pathways supports different learning styles, paces, and interests. 21st century skills builds communication, collaboration, and self management. How to implement student voice and choice. Curriculum and learning pathways provide multiple project options or that themes to choose from. Let students set personal learning goals, align with curricular outcomes, assessment and demonstration, offer choice in demonstrating learning, assess presentations, videos, prototypes, portfolios, involve students in designing rubrics and peer assessment, classroom environment, create forums, councils, or surveys where students can share feedback, give them roles in co-designing classrooms, norms, and activities, technological integration, use digital platforms, LMS polls, discussion boards together was AI tool for personalized recommendations in assignments or learning modules, project-based inquiry learning, use choice boards, manage and or passion projects, encourage students to research, explore, and present solutions to real-world problems. Key takeaway would be like student voice and choice in is about shifting from teacher-centered to learner-centered education. It empowers students to be partners in learning, making education more relevant, engaging, and impactful. Like more opportunities would be like allow students to demonstrate understanding in multiple ways, like videos, and the benefits as we discussed, like increases engagement and provides invaluable feedback from the primary user group. So here is one more case study: overcoming resistance. Scenario would be like a school introduces a new LMS. Veteran teachers are resistant. Solution would be like the principal identifies a respected veteran teacher as an early adopter, provides them with extra support, and has them demo the LMS to their peers, highlighting time-saving features or recording. Scenario would be a rural district has many students without home internet. So the solution for it would be the district partners with a local ISP to provide discounted plans. It also equips school buses with Wi-Fi and parks. Them in neighborhood hubs after school hours. Measuring success key matrices, not just test scores. look at a broader set of indicators, engagement metrics, LMS logics, assignment completion rates. So, like, engagement metrics will be like LMS logins and assignment compilation, student feedback surveys, choice in learning pathways would be, and digital skills quality of student created digital portfolios, teacher efficacy, teacher service on confidence and time savings. And like the continuous improvement cycle would be like plan, develop a strategy based on your vision and needs assessment. Implement the plan starting with pilots. Check use data and feedback to evaluate what is working and what is not. Adjust your strategy and scale up successful initiatives. This is a never ending cycle, not one time project. So, like, keep repeating it. And then the non negotiable for success is like leadership commitment, active, informed, and supportive leadership from the top. Equity first, and every decision must be viewed through an equity lens. Teacher support ongoing development and relevant course in learning. And also, like, for leaders, like, there are few questions, and for teachers, there are few more questions. The ultimate goal for transforming learning is like the goal is not to simplify and technology. It's to empower every learner to reach their fullest potential by making education more personalized, engaging, equitable, and future ready. Ultimate goals are like personalization and ownership. Learning adapts to each student's needs, pace, passion. Students take ownership through voice, choice, self direction, equity, and inclusion. Ensure all learners, regardless of background, have access to quality education and digital tools. Like remove barriers through accessibility, affordability, and universal design. 21st century skills development, like beyond the memorization, focus on creativity, collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and problem solving. Preparing learners for jobs and challenges that don't yet exist, lifelong learners mindset. Learning doesn't stop at school. Instill adaptability, curiosity, and resilience. Encourage continuously upskilling uh, in an evolving digital economy. Real world relevance. Link learning to real world challenges. Sustainability, technology, innovation, global issues. These are like product based experiential, and inquiry driven approaches. Like technology as an enable, not the end. Use AI, VR, AR, and digital platforms to enhance human potential, not replace it. Balance human connection with the digital innovation. Empower educators and communities. Teachers as facilitators and mentors, not just knowledgeable transmitters. Schools as hubs of innovation, collaboration, and social change. Uh,
core ultimate goal is like transforming learning aims to move from a system of standardization to a system of personalization, where every learner is inspired, capable, and ready to thrive in a rapidly changing world. So the goal is not to simply add technology. Technology is a powerful engine, but the destination is improved human source. And also, like a final thought, a digital transformation is not a project with the end date. It is continuous journey of adoption. Most important step is to begin. Here is about navigating the journey. Awareness and vision. Recognize the need for change. Define a clear vision of the future state. So engage stakeholders early. Assess current state, strengths, gaps, barriers. Build a roadmap for milestones. Align resources, tools, and people to the vision. Implementation and action would also be like start with small wins, pilots to build momentum. Encourage voice, choice, collaboration. Use technology processes. Like use technology processes and also encourage overcoming challenges like adopt, expect resistance, failures, and setbacks. Create feedback loops, surveys, reflections, and analytics. Pivot strategies while staying true to the vision. Sustainability and scaling growth. Institutionalization, successful practices. Share stories of impact to inspire adoption. Continue training innovation. Iteration to scale, and also celebrating reflection. Uh, celebrating reflection, celebrate milestones and recognize contributors. Mostly the key takeaway is all about like navigating the journey of transformation, requires vision, resilience, collaboration, and adaptability. It's about moving step by step, learning, adjusting, growing towards lasting impact. Here is like the past provided the tools and hard lessons about the implementation. The present is defined by integration, hybrid models, and a focus on data and equity. The future points towards hyper personalization, AI collaboration, and immersive experiences. The thread connecting all eras in the constant evolution of learning. Here is like the purpose of education. So the engineering core is all about despite the technological upheaval, the ultimate goal remains the same: to empower learners, foster critical thinking, and prepare students to lead fulfilling and productivity lives. Technology is an amplifier, but humanity is the core. The relationship between teacher and student remains the most vital component of education. The unchanging core would be like the purpose to empower individuals to learn, grow, and contribute meaningfully. Tools may change, but the purpose remains constant. Human connection, relationships, mentorship, empathy, and collaboration will always be central. Technology can enhance, but never replace human connection. Uh, Core values would be curiosity, creativity, integrity, resilience, and inclusivity. Remains timeless. These anchor all innovation efforts. Lifelong learning, the belief that learner never ends, whether in classrooms, workplaces, or life. Transformation only reinforces the truth, equity, and access. The unchanging commitment to make education and opportunities available to all. So while methods, tools, systems change, the unchanging core is a mission to nurture human potential, build meaningful connections, and prepare learners for life with values that stand the test of time. So this is like technology is the amplifier, but humanity is the core. The relationship between teacher and student remains the most vital. And final call to action will be the digital transformation is not a passive event, so it is an active process. Whether you are a leader, teacher, or policy maker, you have a role to play. Start today, audit your needs, build a coalition, invest in your people, and also like take one deliberate step towards building a more effective, equitable, engaging future of learning. Uh, and resistance to change would be like it's like fear of unknown. People worry about uncertainty and losing control. Comfort with the statutes question. Existing habits feel safe and familiar. Lack of trust, doubts about leadership, intentions, or technology. Skill gaps, skill, anxiety about not being able to adapt to new tools or methods. Poor connection, not understanding the why behind the change fatigue, too many changes at once, leading to burnout, uh, strategies to overcome resistance. So it's like communicate the why, explain purpose, benefits, and impact clearly, involve stakeholders early, give people a voice in shaping the change, build a trust, be transparent, be consistent and empathetic, provide training and support, equip people with skills and resources, start small, pilot projectors to demonstrate quick wins, celebrate progress, recognize contributions and achievements, model from the top. Leaders must walk to the talk. Resistance is natural, not negative. It shows people care. The goal is not to eliminate resistance, but listen, engage, and guide people so they feel part of the journey, not forced onto it. Like change is emotional, and people often don't register change itself. But the loss, they feel it brings loss of stability, habit, status, or comfort. At first, denial and fear. Why do we need this? Then active resistance are like there are like types of resistance, like there are active resistance, passive resistance, open criticism, refusal to cooperate or pushing back against change. Example, employees openly rejecting new software because they fear job cuts. Passive resistance, quiet withdrawal, procrastination, or ignoring instructions. Example, students not engaging with online platforms even if given access. Deeper causes of resistance would be like
Psychological comfort. People like predictability, change disrupts routine, loss of competence. What if I can't learn this new system? Fear of irrelevance. Will I still be valuable? Like overload, too many changes at once. Poor timing, introducing change during high stress periods. And also like involve people in the process, like example before launching new curriculum. Schools can run student and teacher feedback surveys, makes people feel ownership, provide skills and support. Example, a company shifting to digital marketing should run training sessions so employees gain confidence. Acknowledge mentors, like acknowledge emotions. Resistance is not laziness, it's fear. Leaders should listen empathetically and validate concerns. Show quick wins. When introducing a new LMS like learning management system, start with a small class or project. Showcase success. Scale gradually. Resistance to change is normal and predictable. It's less about stopping resistance and more about guiding people through the transition from fear, understanding, acceptance, ownership. So here is one more challenge. So teachers, employees, or leaders are expected to adopt new tools, methods, or mindsets, but they don't receive enough training, mentoring, or resources to succeed. Result frustration, resistance to change, and underutilization of technology, innovation. Why it's change? Still gaps without training. People lack the technical and pedagogical skills. Pedagogical skills, like for an example, low confidence leads to anxiety, hesitation in experimenting with new methods. Based on investments, technology or programs remain underused. We bought So there are few examples like in schools, teachers given digital platforms but no structured training, they revert to traditional methods. In workplace, employees expected to use advanced analytics but not taught data, literacy, errors, slow adoption, and frustration. Strategies to overcome continuous PD, not one time training. Ongoing workshops, micro learning, and digital refresher courses, personalized professional learning. Just like students, staff need voice and choice, options to learn at their own pace, via online models, mentoring or peer learning, hands on and practice oriented, move beyond theory. Let people apply new tools in a real projects, mentoring and peer collaboration. Create learning communities where teachers or employees share best practices, recognition and incentives. Acknowledge staff who experiment and innovate even if outcomes are not perfect. Leadership support. Leadership must allocate time, resources, encouragement for PD, not just expect adoption. Like insufficient professional development blocks transformation because tools are only as powerful as the people using them. The solution is to make PD continuous, relevant, practical, and supportive. Why professional development matters transformation. Digital educational organizational is not just about new tools, it's about people using those tools effectively. If teachers, employees, or leaders don't have the skills, confidence, and mindsets to adopt change, even the best strategies or technologies fail. Buying advanced medical equipment for a hospital doesn't improve healthcare unless doctors are trained to use it. The deeper problem of insufficient would be like surface level training. Many organizations or schools provide one-off workshop with no follow-up. Example, a teacher attends a 2-hour session on AI tools but gets no coaching, forgets or avoids using them. Like for an example, like mismatch between training and reality. PD is often too theoretical, not aligned with day-to-day ends. Example, employees trained on digital transformation frameworks but not shown how to apply them in their daily tasks. Time and resource constraints. Teachers and employees already feel overloaded. Without dedicated time for learning, PD feels like extra work instead of part of work. One side fits all approach. Different people have different skill levels and learning styles. Different people have different skill levels and learning styles. A beginner and an advanced user both attending the same generic session, frustrated for both. But there is like lack of ongoing support. Without coaching, mentoring, or refresher training, initial enthusiasm fades. Example, teachers introduce you to flipped learning but drop it for after a few weeks without continued guidance. There are consequences of poor payday, low adoption rates of new tools, methods, resistance to change grows stronger, wasted investments in technology and resources, like inconsistent implementation. Some succeeded, others lag behind. Burnt out, staff feel pressured without being supported. So it's like how to strengthen PD solutions. Make PD continuous. Instead of one-time events, create a cycle of learning, practice, feedback, improvement, and example, monthly micro sessions plus peer sharing. Focus on practical application, learn today, use tomorrow. Every session should solve a real challenge. Example, teachers design a lesson plan with the tool during the workshop, differentiate and personalized PD, offer choice boards, online modules and levels, beginner, intermediate, advanced, provide a mentorship and peer learning, pair experienced developers with beginners, build professional and communities to share best practices. Recognition and incentives would be like celebrate and reward those who experiment and innovate even if results are not perfect. And also like data privacy and security would be like description. Uh, Protecting student data is a legal and ethical mandate. And so here it's like data privacy is like protecting personal and sensitive information and ensuring individuals have control over how their data is collected, used, and shared. Data security. The technical and organization measures taken protect. So here data from unauthorized access, breaches, and misuse. Both are tightly linked. Privacy is equals to rights and policies. Security is equals to tools and practices. So why it matters and all growing data volumes. More personal financial health and behavioral data is being collected than ever. So it's like cyber threats. So cyber threats are like hacking, phishing, ransomware, and insider threats are increasing. Trust and reputation. A single data breach can damage an institution's or company's credibility. Legal compliance. So it's like GDPR. GDPR is Europe. So CCPA is California. PDP bill is India. Mandate strict privacy protections. So the challenges would be like lack of awareness. Users, students, employees, customers often don't know how their data is being used. Weak security practices, poor passwords, outdated systems, or unsecured networks, cloud and third party risks, data stored with vendors, increases exposure, balancing innovation and privacy, AI analytics and personalization need data, but too much collection risks privacy. Insider threats, employees mishandling or leaking data, best practices or solutions, data governance framework, define policies on data collection, storage, sharing, and deletion. Encryption and secure access use strong encryption, but at rest in transit, apply role-based access. Only the right people see sensitive data. Regular security audits, continuous monitoring, vulnerability testing, and compliance checks, user education and awareness. Train students, employees, and stakeholders on phishing, passwords, and responsible data sharing. Privacy by design. Build privacy features into systems from the start, not as an afterthought. Incident response plan have a clear protocol for handling branches, detection, reporting, recovery, compliance, and legal adherence. Stay updated with laws like GDPR, HIPAA, CCPA. Examples would be like education protecting students' records and online learning. Online learning data from breaches, healthcare safeguarding patient health records, HIPAA compliance. Business would be like preventing leaks of customer data, intellectual property, financial records. Key takeaway would be data privacy, that is like trust and control, data security, protection, and prevention. Together, they ensure that digital transformation is safe, ethical, sustainable. So, solution would be like for the description of protecting student data, strict vendor venting, use rubrics to evaluate edtech tools for compliance, student data privacy, consortium agreements, training, educate staff and students on strong password hygienic and digital safety, transparency, clearly communicate to parents what data is collected and how it is used. So here is content overload and quality. Content, the overwhelming amount of information available online in classrooms and workplaces that makes it difficult for learners to users to filter what is important. Content quality would be like ensuring that what is delivered is accurate, relevant, engaging, and valuable. What it's a challenge. Information explosion. Students and employees are bombarded with articles, videos, notifications, and resources. Difficulty filtering, hard to distinguish between reliable versus misleading content, cognitive overload, too much information, reduces focus, comprehension, and retention, quality. Organizations often prioritize more content instead of better designed resources, reduce engagement. Learners tune out when overwhelmed or bored by low value. Consequences shallow learning instead of deep learning, decision fatigue. Learners employees struggle to pick what to read or watch, spread of misinformation. If low quality source dominate, lower productivity, time wasted searching through irrelevant content, solutions, best practices, curate, don't just create, provide filters, trusted high quality. Focus on clarity, accuracy, and relevance. Better to have 5 strong resources than 50 weak ones. Structured delivery, break content into manageable chunks, micro learning, modular lessons, use scaffolding, gradually increase complexity, leverage AI and personalization, use AI driven recommendations to deliver just in time. Like contact content based on learner needs, critical thinking and media literacy, train students and employees to evaluate sources and identify credible content. Feedback and continuous improvement would be collect user feedback on content, usefulness, refine over time. Example education instead of uploading 100 PDFs, teachers curate 10 core readings plus 2 option extensions. Cooperate would be a company LMS reduces clutter by tagging content by role, project, and skill level. Everyday life, news apps providing personalized summarize instead of overwhelming feeds. Key takeaway the challenge is not access to information anymore, it's filtering, curating, and ensuring quality. Effective transformation means moving from information and overload, knowledge, clarity, wisdom. Key takeaways will be: the challenge is not access to information anymore, it's filtering, curating, and ensuring quality. Effective transformation means moving from information overload, knowledge clarity, and wisdom application. Why content overload happens? Low value to publishing. Anyone can create blogs, videos, or posts. Algorithm driven fields. Social media and platforms push endless streams of content. Pressure to produce. Schools, companies, and creators often focus on quantity for visibility. Impact on learners and professionals. Cognitive overload. Human brains can only process a limited amount at once. Too much is equal to shallow understanding. Reduce retention. When overwhelmed, learners remember less and apply even less. Decision fatigue. What what should I read or watch first? Leads to procrastination. Misinformation spread. People fall for low quality or biased content. When good curation is missing. Decreased motivation. Overload makes learning feel like a burden. So, relevance. Content may not match learner needs, goals, or levels. Accuracy. Outdated, biased, or incorrect information. Engagement. Dry text, heavy resources. Don't compare, don't capture attention. Structure. Poorly organized content, harder to follow. Accessibility. If not inclusive, language barriers, disability friendly formats, learners get excluded. Strategies for managing content overload and ensuring quality. For educators organizations, curated learning paths. Instead of dumping 100 articles, design a guided sequence of 5 to 10 must reads. Scaffolding microlearning deliver content in small structured bites. Clear learning objectives. Every piece of content must serve a purpose. Quality standards. Use a checklist for relevance, accuracy, readability, and inclusivity. Use technology wisely. AI and recommendation system to personalize content delivery. For learners or individuals, set learning goals. Define what you need before diving into resources. Practice content filtering. Skim, scan, and prioritize. High value content, critical evaluation. Ask, is this accurate, relevant from a credible source? Digital well being. Avoid endless scrolling. Schedule focused learning blocks. Use tools, content aggregators, bookmarking apps, or AI summaries to manage flow. Framework from overload to clarity. Too much content filter. Identify what is useful. Quality check. Ensure relevance, accuracy, and engagement. Structured learning. Deliver in small, digestible formats. Knowledgeable application. Turn content into action projects or problem solving. The challenge is no longer access to information, it's making sense of it. The solution lies in a curation, personalization, and quality assurance, ensuring learners and professionals don't drown in data but grown in wisdom. Now I would like to go with automation of assessment. So
by using technology, AI, and digital platforms to design, deliver, grade, and provide feedback on assessments, reducing manual effort and improving efficiency. So, why does it matter? So, traditional assessment is equals to time consuming, inconsistent, delayed feedback. Automation is all about scalable, faster, data driven, and adaptive learning measurement. So there are types of automated assessments as well, like objective testing, multiple choice, true or false, fill in the blank, auto score instantly. So example like online quizzes, immediate grading. Adaptive testings are also like AI adjust difficulty based on student performance in real time. So automated assess scoring, AI models analyze writing for grammar, structure, relevance, and style. So these are like simulation based assessments. So there are like real world scenario driven tasks graded automatically. Uh, Example like coding tests, hackathons, and there are learning analytics, tracking engagement, time spent, and attempt patterns to assess. So there are benefits behind this like efficiency, it saves time for teachers, trainers, scalability, large groups assist simultaneously, instant feedback, learners can improve faster, data driven insights helps identify learning gaps. Consistency removes human bias in grading. Challenges limited creativity testing. Hard to evaluate critical thinking originally or creativity. Bias in AI, automated systems may reflect training data biases, over reliance on tech, risk of reducing assessments to tick box. And there are like best practices, use blended assessment, automation for objective task plus human review for subjective or creative ones, provide transparent rubrics so students trust automated results, incorporate plagiarism, checks proctoring tools like security measures, continuously train AI models to improve fairness and accuracy. So there are like few key takeaways. So the ultimate goal of automation in assessment is not just efficiency but personalized learning, giving each learner timely data-driven feedback while freeing educators to focus on mentorships and creativities and deep learning. So like there are many other ways. Like here is one problem statement. Like if AI can grade an essay for grammar and structure, how do we assess deeper creativity, originality, and human insight? So the shift is all about like assessment will need to move towards complex project-based work, presentations and portfolios that evaluate higher order thinking skills. Like the solution is use AI to handle how level grading, freeing teachers to assess the non-human elements of student work. The next future challenge is about digital wealth gap. So there is a risk, a new tied system where wealthy institutions offer cutting edge AI and VR experiences while under-resourced schools struggle with basic connectivity. So like what is meant? So unequal access to digital tools, internet connectivity, AI, advanced technologies between individuals, communities, and countries leads to differences in wealth creation, education, job opportunities, and social mobility. Causes of digital wealth gap, access gap, unequal access to devices, high speed internet, reliable infrastructure. So there are like skill gap, lack of digital literacy and technical skill training, affordability gap, high cost of devices, data plans and advanced tools like AI, innovation gaps, wealthier nations, companies adopt cutting edge tech faster, leaving others behind. Policy and regulation gaps are also there, like weak government governance on digital inclusion and equity. So why it is a future challenge? Like there are jobs and income. AI and automation create high paying jobs are there. And also like there are also those with assets and skills. And so there are education inequality. Students without digital tools lag behind peers. Global competitiveness. A developing nation is falling further behind advanced economics. Wealth concentration. Tech giants and wealthy individuals accumulate disappropriate benefits. Social exclusion. Communities without digital access get cut off from healthcare, finance, and civic participation. Consequences, if unaddressed: wider economic inequality between rich and poor, digital colonism, few companies or nations controlling global data and AI, loss of social cohesion, frustration, unrest and distrust in institutions. So there are few missed opportunities for sustainable development, like strategies to address the gap, infrastructure investment, expand affordable broadband and device access in undeserved areas, digital literacy programs, train people in coding, AI use, cybersecurity, and digital tools. There are like affordable access models, subsides, and community networks, and low cost devices, policy and governance. Regulation for Regulations are for digital equity, data rights, and fair AI access. Public-private partnerships, collaboration between governments, tech companies, and NGOs. So, inclusive innovation, designing technologies for all populations, not just the wealthy. So, the digital wealth gap risks becoming the new economic divide of the 21st century. Bridging it requires equal access, digital literacy, and fair innovation policies. So these are like ensuring technology becomes a tool for empowerment, not exclusion. So here is also like there is the risk, a new tired system where wealthy institutions offer cutting edge AI and VR experiences while under resourced. Schools struggle with basic connectivity. This could exacerbate existing inequality on a massive scale. Imperative: policymakers and edtech providers must prioritize equitable access and affordability from the outset. So there is strategic planning of the future. There is like agile planning. Institutions need living strategic plans that are reviewed and adopted frequently to keep pace with technological scale. So like strategic planning for the future, like why it matters. The future is uncertain, fast changing, and disruptive. Traditional strategies. So these are fixed between 5 to 10 years plans, often fail in volatile environments. Organizations and institutions need to build resilience, adaptability, and foresight. Key elements of future strategic planning: foresight and scenario building, anticipate multiple possible futures, tech disruptions, climate risks, possible shifts. Use what if scenarios instead of rigid predictions. Agility and flexibility: move from fixed plans, adoptive strategies that can pivot quickly. Example: pandemic response by schools and companies. Digital integration: this builds strategies around AI, data, automation, and connectivity. Digital first is no longer optional, it's the base. There is like human centered approach, balanced tech adoption with human needs, skills, mental health inclusion, focus on upskilling, creativity, and innovation culture. Sustainability and ethics, integrate climate action, equity, and responsible AI into strategic priorities. Future strategies must align with long term societal good. Collaboration and partnerships, cross sector partnerships, gout, business, education. There are like NGOs to address global changes. No signal organization can solve future crisis alone. Like there are data-driven decisions, use analytics, predictive modeling, and AI for smarter planning. Measure progress continuously, not just yearly. So there are challenges in strategic future planning, uncertainty, the disruptive tech, global conflicts, economic shifts. So there are resistance to change in this, like balancing short-term performance with long-term resilience, inequalities. So there are like digital wealth gap, skills gap, adopt a living strategy. So there are like best practices for this. Regularly updated based on new signals and trends, like build innovation labs or sandboxes to test ideas before scaling. Encourage student voice, employee voice, citizen voice, diverse perspectives in planning. Combine automation plus human insight for better adaptability. So there are like strategic planning of the future is less about predicting one path, more about preparing for many possibilities. The winning organizations, schools, and societies will be those that are adaptive, digitally empowered, sustainable, and people centered. And also, like there are shift from predictive, adaptive planning, old model, long-term fixed roadmaps. Future model are like living strategies that allow with changing trends. Example, a university updating its digital learning plan annually based on AI adoption. Core principles would be like future foresight driven, track emerging trends, agility and resilience, ability to respond crisis, inclusive and human centric, strategic goals must serve people, not just technology. Sustainability, plans aligned with UN, SDGs, ESG goals, ethical AI, continuous learning, feedback loops for improvement. Key strategic focus areas for the future, digital transformation, AI automation, data analytics in every field. Skills of the future, critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, digital literacy. Innovation culture, encouraging experimentation, risk taking, and entrepreneurship. So there are like global partnerships, shared R&D, like open innovation, cross-country collaboration, equity and inclusion, closing the digital wealth gap. There is cybersecurity and trust, protecting data privacy, and ethical use of technology, climate resilience, integrating green technology and sustainable practices. Strategic planning cycle would be future oriented framework, scan, gather signals of change, technology, economy, society, politics, environment, imagine, develop multiple scenarios of the future, plan, set flexible goals with short, medium, and long horizons, implement strategies with pilot programs, experiments, and scaling successes, adopt, review data, adjust plans in real time. Strategies become continuous loop, not a one-time event. Future challenges to consider in planning, digital wealth gap, unequal access to technology, content overload, ensuring quality knowledge. not just volume. Resistance to change, culture shift needed, AI and ethics, automation versus human jobs, global uncertainty, wars, pandemics, trade disruptions, success factors. There are like leadership with vision. Leaders must embrace foreign side, not just short-term KPIs. Collaboration, government, business, and educators co-create strategies. Empowered voices, students, employees, and communities participate in shaping the future. Balance, innovation plus equity plus sustainability. The future cannot be planned with a certainty, but it can be shaped with foresight, adaptability, and inclusivity. Strategic planning of the future means design, designing flexible, human-centered roadmaps that thrive in disruption rather than collapse under it. There are like agile planning. Institutions need living strategic plans that are reviewed and adapted frequently to keep pace with technology change. Focus on interoperability. Choose tools that work together through open standards to avoid vendor lock-in and create a flexibility tech ecosystem. Future proofing. Investing bandwidth and infrastructure that can support next generation technologies. The future is human plus tech. The most successful educational models will not be fully automated. Why both matter? So, tech alone, efficient, scalable, data driven, but lacks empathy, creativity, and ethics. Humans alone, empathetic, innovative, ethical, but limited in scale and speed. Together, amplified strengths. Technology accelerates processes, humans bring meaning and direction. Roles of technology, automation handles repetitive tasks, grading, scheduling, data analysis, AI and analytics, provide personalized recommendations, insights, and predictive models. Connectivity breaks geographic barriers in education, work collaboration, augmentation, extends human capabilities, roles of humans, creativity, like generating new ideas, innovation, and artist experiments, critical thinking, questioning, problem solving, ethical decision making. There is empathy, understanding emotions, building trust, and supporting others. Values and ethics, ensuring tech serves society responsibly, leadership, inspiring vision, collaboration, and cultural transformation. Benefits of human plus tech integration, personalized learning, AI tutors adopt pace plus teachers, mentor students. Smarter workplaces, automation boosts efficiency plus human focus on strategy. Healthcare advances, AI diagnosis quickly plus doctors provide human care sustainability, data driven insights plus human led ethical policies. Future challenges, digital wealth gap. Not everyone may access these benefits equally. Over reliance on tech, risk of reducing human creativity if balance is lost. Ethical dilemmas, bias in AI, data misuse, privacy threats, skill gaps. Workers and students need returning through thrive in hybrid systems. What success looks like. Humans doing what they do best. Creativity, leadership, empathy, tech doing what it does best. Automation, speed, precision. Combined are like a collaborative intelligence that drives innovation, equity, sustainability. The future is not human versus machine, it's human with machines. The winning model is augmented humanity, tech amplifies human potential while humans guide tech with ethics, empathy, and creativity. The future is human plus tech. From replacement to partnership, old fear, robots will take our jobs. Future reality, robots and AI will take tasks, not full jobs, freeing full humans for higher level work. Example, AI grades objective tests. Teachers spend time mentoring. Robots do surgeries. Doctors focus on patient care and empathy. The concept of collaborative intelligence, humans plus machine working together, create something neither can do alone. Humans provide context, judgment, ethics. Tech provides speed, scale, precision. Example, data scientist plus AI is equals to powerful predictions for climate change solutions. Future skills needed are for humans to thrive with tech, new hybrid skill sets are essential. Digital literacy, knowing how to use and question technology. Data and AI fluency, understanding how machines think and make decisions. Creativity and innovation, doing what machines cannot. Emotional intelligence, building relationships and trust. Ethical leadership, guiding technology, use responsibility. So there are human plus tech fusion matters most. Like education, AI tutors personalized lessons, teachers inspire curiosity, healthcare, AI diagnoses diseases early, doctors provide human care, business, automation streamlines, processes, humans drive vision and culture, sustainability, AI models climate risk, human design ethical solutions, governance, tech tracks data and fraud, leaders ensure justice and fairness. So there are opportunities, efficiency plus creativity together, personalized experiences in learning, work and healthcare, global collaboration, virtual platforms remove barriers, faster innovation cycles. There are challenges, over automation, losing the human touch, bias in AI, machines reflect human prejudice if unchecked, digital wealth gap, only some benefit, others are left behind. Ethical questions, who is accountable when AI makes mistakes? Skills mismatch, people without digital skills risk unemployment. Future vision, human tech synergy. Imagine classrooms where AI adopts lesson instantly. Students learn at their pace, while teachers act as coaches. Workplaces where automation handles routine tasks. Employees focus on innovate and strategy. Healthcare where AI detects cancer early. Doctor focus on holistic patient well-being. The future is not competition between humans and technology. It is a collaboration where technology augments human strengths and humans guide technology with values and vision. So these are calls to action for educators. Embrace a growth mindset. Be a lifelong learner. Continuously explore new tools and pedagogies. Start small, incorporate one new tech tool per semester. Master it before adding another. Collaborate, share successes and failures with your PLC. Learn from your peers. Focus on pedagogy. Always ask, does this technology enhance this learning goal? Call to call to action for policy makers. So policymakers must act decisively to foster an inclusive, secure, and future-ready digital ecosystem. Prioritize investments in digital infrastructure. Ensure equitable access to technology. Safeguard data privacy. And cultivate a culture of innovation and lifelong learning. Your leadership today will define the job capabilities, economic resilience, and global competitiveness of tomorrow. Innovation and growth focus on policymakers must champion policies that accelerate digital innovation, support startups, and enable business to harness technology for growth. Strategic action now ensures a thriving competitive digital economic tomorrow, equity and inclusion focus. Digital transformation should leave no one behind. Policymakers must ensure universal access to technology, digital literacy programs, and equitable opportunities, bridging the digital divide for all citizens. Security and trust focus. As digital systems expand, so do risks. Policymakers must prioritize robust cybersecurity, enforce data privacy standards, and build public trust to unlock the full potential of digital transformation. Education and workforce focus. The future is digital. Policymakers must invest in education and workforce development to equip citizens with the skills to thrive in a rapidly evolving digital landscape. Sustainability and smart governance focus. Digital transformation is not just about technology, it's about sustainable development. Policymakers must leverage digital tools to drive efficient governance, environmental stewardship, and smarter cities. Like here, fund infrastructure, treat high-speed internet as a policy utility, and ensure all schools and homes are connected. Support OER, incentive the creation and adoption of open educational resources to reduce cost. So there are modernized regulations, update FERPA, where FERPA and other policies to protect privacy without innovation. The long-term vision, the adaptive learning ecosystem, a seamlessly integrated environment that continuously adapts to each learner's needs. So it combines the depth of human mentorship with the scale and also the personalization of artificial intelligence. Learning becomes a lifelong, enjoyable, and deeply personal journey of growth. So there are key takeaways from the future. So, like AI is transformative partner, not a replacement. Equity is the defining challenge, and also like skills and human capabilities. Ethics must be integrated. So, looking ahead, like the future is immersive, personalized, and data informed. It demands a redefinition of roles for both teachers and students. Navigating it successfully requires careful planning, a commitment to ethics, and an unwavering focus on human element. The central challenge, implementation gap. The problem, the gap between purchasing technology and also like using it effectively to improve learning outcomes. Root cause, focusing on the T, technology without P, and the P. Solution is like TPACK framework, technology pedagogy, and content knowledge must guide all implementation plans. So there are challenge like resistance, from educators and staff. Solution, strong leadership, communicate the why clearly and consistently. Involve stakeholders, include teachers, in the selection and planning processes. Celebrate early adopters, showcase success, stories to build momentum. Challenge insufficient professional development description. One-time workshops are ineffective. PD must be ongoing, relevant, and practical. Solution embedded coaching instructor coaches who work alongside teachers in the classroom. Peer-to-peer learning. Create mentorship programs and PLCS. Time. Provide dedicated paid time for teachers to learn and experiment. There are challenge digital equity and access. Descriptive. The digital divide in devices and internet access remains the biggest barrier to equitable transformation. So here is one device programs with a plan for maintenance and home internet support. Community partnerships work with libraries and community centers to provide access. Advocacy, lobby for government and ISP programs to provide affordable internet to low income families. So there is data privacy and security. Protecting student data is a legal and ethical mandate. Solution towards this is like strict vendor vetting, use rubrics to evaluate edtech tools for compliance. Student data privacy consortium. So there is training, educate staff and students on strong password hygiene and digital safety. Transparency, clearly communicate to parents what data is collected and how it is used. Challenge, content overload and quality. So this is like teachers are overwhelmed by the sheer volume of available digital sources. So the solution for this is curated platforms. Use district weighted platforms like Common Sense Education, instructional coaches, empower them to help teachers find and evaluate high quality resources, quality over quantity, focus on a few versatile tools rather than dozens of single use apps. Challenge budget constraints, description, technology is expensive and funding is always limited. Solution is grants, pursue E-rate, SR title and private foundation. Phased rollouts prioritize needs and implement over a multi-year plan. Cloud-based solutions can reduce cost for servers and local IT support. So there is student voice and choice. Involve student, form student tech committees to provide feedback on tools and implementation. Offer choice. Allow student to demonstrate understanding in multiple ways, like through videos, podcast, essay, presentation. Benefit due to this is like increases engagement and provides invaluable feedback from the primary user group. So here is a case study overcoming resistance. Scenario: a school introduces a new LMS. Veteran teachers are resistant. The principal identifies a respected veteran teacher as an early adopter, provides them with extra support, and has them demo the LMS to their peers, highlighting time saving features for grading. A rural district has many students without home internet. Solution: the district partners with a local ISP to provide discounted plans. It requires equips school buses with Wi-Fi and parks them in neighborhood hubs after school hours. Measuring success. Key metrics, not just test scores. Look at a broader set of indicators. Engagement metrics, LMS logins, assignment completion rates, student agency, student feedback service, choice and learning pathways. Digital skills, quality of student created digital portfolios. Teachers efficiency, teacher service, on confidence and time savings. The continuous improvement cycle, plan, develop a strategy based on your vision and needs assessment. Implement the plan, starting with pilots. Check use data and feedback to evaluate what is working, what is not. Act, adjust your strategy and scale up successful initiatives. Repeat. This is a never ending cycle, not a one time project. The non negotiable for success: leadership commitment, active, informed, and supportive. Leadership from the top, equity first. Every decision must be reviewed through an equity lens. Teacher support, ongoing, embedded, and relevant professional learning. Robust infrastructure, reliable, fast internet, and modern devices. For leaders, there are few questions related to leaders and for teachers. And this is transform learning. The goal is not to simply add technology, the goal is to transform teaching and learning to be more engaging, effective, personalized, and equitable for every single learner. Technology is the powerful engine, but the destiny is to improve human outcomes. So, here is a final thought: digital transformation is not a project with an end date, it is a continuous journey of adoption and improvement. The most important step is to begin. And also, like digital transformation is no longer optional. It is a backbone of future ready economics, resilient organizations, and inclusive societies. While technology offers unpredicted opportunities for innovation, efficiency, and growth, its true potential can only be realized through thoughtful policies, equitable access, robust cybersecurity, and continued upskilling of people. Embracing a human centered approach that balances innovation with responsibility, we can ensure that digital transformation drives sustainable programs, bridges and divides, and empowers every citizen to thrive in the digital era. And also, there is inclusive and responsible growth. Digital transformation offers immense potential, but it must be pursued responsibly by balancing technological advancement with equity, security, and sustainability. We can build a digital ecosystem that benefits everyone and drives long term societal progress. Call to action style. The digital era demands action. Policymakers, business, and communities must collaborate to unlock the full potential of technology. Only through strategic vision, inclusive access, and continuous innovation can digital transformation become a force for sustainable and equitable growth. And there is resilience and adaptability focus. Digital transformation is a journey, not a destination. By embracing adaptability, fostering innovation, and investing in resilience systems, organizations, and societies can navigate uncertainties and thrive in an increasingly digital world. Global competitive focus in a rapidly digitizing world, the ability to transform digitally determines global competitiveness. Nation and organizations that act decisively today will define the standards of success tomorrow. So there is collaborative and action oriented focus. Digital transformation requires collective action. Policymakers, business leaders, and communities must collaborate to unlock its full potential. Together, we can turn challenges into opportunities and shape a digital future that is equitable, secure, and thriving. So, this is like navigating the journey. Challenges are significant but solvable with a strategic, people focused approach. Solutions require a multifaceted effort addressing technology, pedagogy, culture, and equity. Success is measured by a positive impact on student learning and teacher effectiveness. So, the final conclusion, past, present, and future connected. The past provided the tools and hard lessons about implementation. The present is defined by integration, hybrid models, and a focus on data and equity. The future points toward hyper personalization, AI collaboration, and immersive experiences. The thread connecting all eras is the constant evolution of learning. The unseen code, despite the technological upheaval, the ultimate goal remains the same: to empower learners, foster critical thinking, and prepare students to lead fulfilling and productive lives. Technology is the amplifier, but humanity is the core. The relation between teacher and student remains the most vital component of education. So, final call to action: be the architect. Digital transformation is not a passive event, it is an active process. Whether you are a leader, teacher, or policymaker, you have a role to play. Start today. Audit your needs, build a coalition, invest in your people, and take one deliberate step towards building a more effective, equitable, and engaging future of learning.